Alright, settle down, class. We are here, we're ready to go. We're getting all of our stuff set up. It just took a minute. Don't worry, we're back on track. I needed water. Alright, well, we're cracking straight into it with this round one. First to three, one of many first to threes, unfortunately, this tourney. Of course, Panorama versus Zarlitch. So let's take a peek at the builds. Wowzers. Zarlitch, of course, in the Shamshir with some shenanigans. 53 vigor in the side of 56 vigor, sorry, in the side of Zarlitch versus the 58 in the side of Pan with Faith versus Int. Oh no, it's both Faith builds actually. Never mind. And my speaker's a little too loud. Tough. Cope. And Zarlitch is better because his name is cooler. I'll take your word for it, Crab. Late as usual, I'm fashionably late, okay? But either way, we have both of our players in, and I need to do my very cool things. Wait, why isn't that studio mode? There we go. Yippee! Projector. Now I can actually see the screen. What the fuck? There we go. Hang on. Give me a moment. Why isn't that letting me do the thing? No, that's not right either. Give me a moment, folks. They've changed. That's wrong. There we go. Now I see it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, round one. Panorama versus Zarlitch. Let's get this show on the road. Kaboom. We do have both of our players, both sides going for their physic. Yippee. As we do see the Frenzied Flames coming out here from the side of Zarlitch, who's getting a little bit of that immediate damage out. Zarlitch hasn't taken a shot yet. Pan taking just a little bit. 1800 versus 2500 HP, as we're seeing the zoning coming into full display here. And finally, Zarlitch has taken a little bit of damage with those jump in, catch flames, doing a phenomenal job of getting that damage in as we speak. And looking at this here, another Frenzied Flame is going to get that interrupt, but he's going to take a little bit of damage for his troubles at JL1s there from Kilo. He's going to get a little bit of that Godskin Swaddling Cloth out as we do see the zoning continue, as we are going to see Pan now rush in to try and get that damage, but unfortunately the double press isn't going to catch him much as the catch flame is going to go brrr. Oh, but unfortunately tries to set up for a Wrath of Gold, but alas it is not to be, as we are seeing now Pan having to readjust himself there to get the damage in that he needs as the Wrath of Gold comes out there in the corner. Good showing here, the R2 there from Kilo, but the bear, his plans laid bare, as we are going to see the bank shrang. But it does seem as though no tier skips are going to be at play today, as another forced roll there from the side of Zarlitch, who is taking a lot of damage now. Are we within tier skip range? Uh-oh, the interrupt, managing to catch with that. Catching again, 77 HP to 500, and the Bestial Slaying getting the catch. GG's. As we are going to take a quick peek and see that finish again. Where is it? Did it not save? What on earth? Give me a moment. Alright, we're off to a start. There we go. I found it. Nice. Cool. End of the hack fraud. Pansley Bear. I'm literally DDoSing for you right now. Good job. Good. Deserved IMO. That's going to be round one for Zarlitch. Cool. There we go. Amazing. Amazing. Zarlitch the GOAT I never miss. Interesting. Well, either way, round two. Zarlitch 1. Pan, nihil. Let's crack on now at round two. Yippee. As we have the physics out from both, Zarlitch is going to take a very aggressive posture, especially given that he does have the ability as the Frenzied Flame comes out. But we are seeing that swap over now onto the Cypher Pata, which of course are going to be pretty good. Nicely done. Unfortunately, we are going to see some nice strafes here as the Run R2 comes out, but the Wrath of Gold isn't going to hit. Zarlitch rolling, ducking, diving, dodging, and weaving. As a JL1 comes out now from the swap over onto the PSSS, but a baby jump there isn't going to be able to catch him. A rollout again, getting that interrupt. Evening this out just a smidgen. And we do see the pat into a bit of mash. Evening this one out immediately, but the catch flame is out. And we're going to see that frenzied flame come in clutch here. As the JL1 tries to go for the backswing, but alas, no bank swing today. You hate to see it. As we do see another... Oh, the bear! Procking the tier there. Going for those flame serpents there just to try and get a catch. Alas, not to be. Running L1 comes out now from the side of Pan, trying desperately to get in close as the Shamshir is now out here from the side of Zarlitch. Into a trade. Getting that 287 HP. Maybe go for a backswing there, seeing as Pan is up against the wall, but alas, it's not to be. And the backswing! 30 HP! We do see Pan now on the Blessed Dew, realizing that it's kind of lost in a run R1 catches. And that's going to be Zarlitch moving on into the next round. Yippee! Right. Good start to the tournament, I reckon. Good job. Sorry for Pata. Pata, true Charlie Crab. Alright. Excrement, excrement. GG's both. Both. Alright. Let me just make sure the scores were logged. Cool. Zarlitch. 2-0. Cool. Alright, that was the first round done. Let me just check up on our other first match. Alright, it does seem Noog won. Yeah, 2-0. Excellent. 2-0 for Noog. Alright, cool beans. So, we are going to be waiting for the Dollard versus Cobain. Alright, let me just check now that I can actually start the tournament, which is started. Excellent. Is Bronze still carrying on with the first round? I would imagine so. Okay, so we'll move on to the Atlas versus Kiwis match next. Atlas, who will be blue. And Kiwi from SAO. There we go. Cool. Cool beans. Let me add the players. And there we go. Players added. There we go. Mag-fucking-nificent. But how are you all doing, chat? How are you all doing? Hopefully my camera's nowhere embarrassing. Hello. Never mind. It is absolutely embarrassing. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. There we go. I'm doing good. Yippee! Good stuff. Yeah, we're just waiting for the players now to get in. Gonna be Atlas versus Kiwis. Should be a good one. How are you doing, and I'm doing good. Not doing bad now that you said plans laid bare. I do it for the fans. I hope you realize that. And of course, the tourney is being streamed on the YouTubes as well. Cool beans. We're just waiting for Kiwis. Bridge tournament when? You missed it, Charlie Crab. We know what you are. You do it because you like to make players suffer? That's not true. Sometimes I make rules that make them suffer for my own entertainment. Sometimes. But that's a rarity, let's be honest. So now round 2. Round 2. Excellent. Yippee. Gravesite Plains. I'll be on my way. I'm on my way, guys. I'm on my way. We're just waiting for Kiwis. Wherever on earth he is at. Unless he's muted Endicord, which would be very funny. Now that would be an exceptional way to do things. Alright. EP, hello, welcome in. What is Atlas's character name right now? Runaway Trashbot. Just invade, yeah, we'll do that, It's the tournament's over, guys. We're just gonna go do that. We'll let Braun do it. Just give all casting duties to Braun and fuck off like a true son. You know what? They might have been onto something. And there we go. We have Kiwis out in the world, so we can take a quick peek at the builds. Alright, let's take a peek. On the side of Atlas, in true British fashion, we have the 58 Vigor, 38 End, 54 Strength, 15 Dex, 13 Faith. And then on the side of Kiwis, we have 58, 41, 57, 13, and 11 Arcane. Wowzers. Wowzers. Epic. Cool. Unbelievable. As we have the Hall Axe versus the Shamshir. Ladies and gentlemen, round 2 begins in a 3, in a 2, and a 1. Allez! And looking here, we are going to see now the rush in here from Atlas, not earning his namesake because he's taking a little bit of damage. We have the whole stock from Kiwis. Finally, something I know how to cast, as we are going to see those presses come in. Follow up R1, most likely going for a chained R1. But we do see the swap over onto the Windblade from the side of Atlas, which is going to be pretty tough here as a trade comes forward. And a free aim comes out there on the side of Kiwis. 1600 to 1100, but the run R2 into the mash from the side of Atlas. And a run R1 there from Kiwis, just trying to catch him, but we do see the reset into neutral now. As a whiffed run R1 is going to cost him! Hang on. Stall the ball. Stall the ball. The parry. Didn't ERPVP? This isn't my rule set. So let me just check real quick. It's banned, yeah. So that's going to be a match to Atlas then. Let me just add Kiwis out. It's a round loss. Let me message over to poor Kiwis. Round win to Atlas. My glorious code. Alright. Kiwis gets the win because nobody should ever mash like that. True. Thanks to a whole stock appearance. This is true. Alright. Cool beans. Alright, on a 3, 2, 1. Allez. Alright, we are going to see both of our players crack on now. Kiwis is going to be vibing out. Going for a running attack there now, once more. Standing R1 to the R1, L1. Looking at this here, we do see the reset now into neutral. So swap over onto the Windblade comes out now from the side of Atlas. 2000 HP to 2500 HP. Run R1 into the running attack there. The kick comes out! And the turnaround into the straight one. As we do now see the backup now. as we see Kiwis baiting out some aggression here from the from Atlas. Standing R1 there just to try and get Atlas to back off. 1100 to 1800 in the favor of Atlas as a dagger comes out. The signature move. As this backswing there into a run R1, into a follow-up run R1, into the free aimed standing R1 there from Kiwis, as we do see the backswing come in. 1000 to 1800 to 800, sorry. And a kick there from Kilo as the Twin Blade comes out. Nice showing here from the side of Atlas, who's going to be swapping between the Twin Blade, and if he gets a backswing on the Shamshir, he'll swap over to it, getting that guaranteed poise break, as that's going to be both sides. Even Steven into a standing R1. The bubble is gone, but beautiful stuff here as Atlas is now going to swap onto the Twin Blade again, guaranteeing that poise break. Crazy damage into a kick once more. Into the free aim, but unfortunately he's up against the wall, and that's going to be Atlas. Moving on. GG's to both. Yep. E. Best E. Nicely done. It's bow 3. Oh, it should be bow 3. Hang on a second. My overlay's all scuffed. First 2. My overlay is scuffed still from the last tournament. Why did Kiwis? He probably swapped over to it to guarantee it. GG's both. GG's both. Okay. Cracking on. Kiwis 2-0 in the favor of Atlas. Now we'll jump back onto Space versus Cobain. That's Space versus Cobain. How do you beat nerves? You just did. Congratulations. Alright, there we go. Space. Control S. Cool bean. Alright, cool beans. Alright, cool beans. Alright. And who do we have in world as of right now? Yeah, there's a lot of best of threes just for the sake of keeping everything on time, considering the bracket is as large as it is. It's round 4 that will begin with the best of 5s, then semi-finals will be best of 5, and then the finals then will be a bow 7 and a bow 5 respectively. So we're all caught. Pinged you. Cool bean. So Space is in, now we're just waiting on Cobain. But yeah, I've said from the beginning, I see Pam talking about some stuff. I've said from the beginning that I wanted it to be the tournament to be on par with ERPVP's rules outside of a couple of things. So if there are any oversights outside of 125 plus bubble tier, just default to the ERPVP's rules. I haven't been playing much lately, so I haven't had time to properly sit down and tinker with my original rule set. On my way? Okay, he's on his way. Cool beans. Yeah, there was a few things that were pretty scoffed. ERPVP has also completely changed their the way that they order their rule set and stuff. And like I'd said, all of the stuff was legal in the NA tourney, but no one read the rule set, so I didn't need to worry too much about it. Again, people knew that I was defaulting to the ERPVP set, so it didn't really matter after that point. Alright, well we have both of our players, the platers, getting ready here for the tournament. Wow, what we got going on here, guys? We have Space Ranger, 59 vigor, 50 strength, 50 endurance. Wow, big damage. And then, of course, on the side of Cobain, then we have 43 end, 52 Do you like? It's not terrible. It's just not what I'm used to, and I'm old-fashioned, and I hate you for changing things. And it's just a 52 strength build here from the side of Cobain, with a little bit of, I think he added 1 dex into it. Devious. Oh god, what on earth is Space Ranger rocking? Good lord. Good god. Alright, either way, with both of our players in, let's get the show on the road, folks. And on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. The Sham Beast Claw, again, it's more poise chip shenanigans based off of backswings that he can swap over to stuff and just do absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage. We do see a fairly standard talisman layout here from the side of both. Space Ranger's going to be rocking that run attack, just to try and guarantee that extra little bit of damage. But he's taking a lot of damage here in these early engagements, as he is going to get that interrupt there. The Hall Axe there, not able to do it. Good rollout. There's the jump R2 comes out. Tries to go for the follow-up. And the dagger in men smiles as we go for that extra little bit of poise chip, guaranteeing that break. Just the rush down that comes out here from the side of Space Rangers, absolutely outrageous. Good God in heaven above, as we are now going to see the running attacks come through here again. Still poise chipped as another running attack. Pretty outrageous aggression coming out here from Space, but he is taking an awful lot of damage for his troubles. As they see that again. And unfortunately, the forward momentum took him past as he's getting another bit. The Beast Claws. He's gone beast mode. He's morbing out here. This is crazy. As he gets another bit. Poise chipped again. Cobain. It's not looking so good for him. As the second one is going to guarantee that poise break. And the run attack once more to get the catch. That is going to be highlight message Space Ranger. Can we get the highlight messages out here for Space Ranger taking that first stock? Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Good, beautiful, phenomenal. There's a reason they call him the bestest. Space 1 in our best of 3s. Look at that. Getting that guaranteed poise break is absolutely outrageous on those things. There's so many weird things with these weapons, with the Beast Claws, that it always catches me off. I'm never entirely certain what on earth is going on there with them. Those animations are, number 1, quite fast, and number 2, there's just so much stuff. Alright, but either way, we have both of our players in again for round 2. Well, wave 2 of this. Right, there we go. Alright, let's go. On a 3, 2, 1. Let's get this bolt down and out. As we're going to see that Shamshir start as well. But we do see Cobain swapping over onto the Windblades here, which is probably the play. As we see an empty jump coming out here now from Space. As we do see a running attack with free aim there from Space. The backstab grab is tragical there. Very nice stuff here. Good positioning there from the side of Cobain. As we do see a jump over the top there. Tries to go for that catch. Is going to be chipped again, but unfortunately that looks as though Space Ranger's not going to have to worry about too much, as we are going to see the spin slash coming out. Space trying to go for that catch, a running attack. A jump attack over the top there, but Space is going to be chipped. Clipped, but will he be shipped? As we do see those runaways there. As the toggles into a spin slash, into the backswing, but unfortunately Space Ranger's taking a lot of damage here. As with that backswing landing, we are going to see the swap over onto the Dag Beast Claw combo. The Wombo combo. Getting that nice bit of a clip there, as well as Cobain. We are on tier skip territory here for Space Ranger. Oh, but the spin slash is going to knock him out of it, as we do see that running attack in now again. And that dagger having priority here is absolutely outrageous. Evens out now. The tier has been taken out as the jump R2 comes out over the top there. An empty jump of the whip from the side of Cobain. And the swap over here onto fists, as we do see Space Ranger resetting into this neutral. Running attack there. Into that jump over the top, the backswing! 100 HP! 140 versus 88. Both players are neck and neck. As we see Cobain swap over onto the red feather. Space sticking to his guns. Catching! And the Space Ranger Moving on into the next round. Good lord, I love these lightning rounds so much. So much can happen in just a short amount of time. GG's. Good lord. By the skin of his teeth. Highlight message Space Ranger. Moves on to the next one. Space 2. Oh. Now it's going to be Shu versus Marrick. Let me get the players in. Alright, they should be both in now in just a second. Good lord. Yep, okay. Alright, we're now waiting for Shu and Marrick Pro. The blood. Ne'er these hands be clean. Out, damned spot. Out! Shu? Let me see if I can spell this name correctly. And not cheat. No, I have to cheat. Never mind. We don't want another dark soup situation. Miracle. There we go. We did it. Yippee. Fix that just a little bit. The blood. Alright, just waiting. Okay, cool. We're just waiting now for Shu to show up. And for Marrick. Make sure that I have all the players where they need to be. Sorry, now there's a build problem here. Sorry, I'm just having to let you... Stats are CE'd, but you still have one wrong stat. Something's up. You're off by a single stat. I'm not sure which one it is. Ban Shu, Sheeter, but the match hasn't started yet, and it is the downside to having ER stuff. So, let's just figure it out. Let me know when you've changed. Alter tech. Someone called a constable. Done and done. I'm actually curious which stat it is. What starting class is it, Shum? Yep. Cool beans. Alright, she'll be back in a second. Perfect. Awesome. Alright, let's take a quick peek at the builds then before we crack on. So, we are going to see Doesn't Matter Shu, rocking that 42 endurance, 56 strength, and everything else seems pretty standard, 60 vigor. And then versus Mariko on that 58 vigor, 38 end, 55 strength, and then 18 dexterity. The dexterous. Cool beans. Alright, cool beans. Let's crack on. Round 2. It's a first to 2. And ladies and gents, on a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Yippee! Alright, we do see this whole axe here on the side of Mariko, which I had the pleasure of fighting yesterday, versus Shu, who's going to be on that Shamshir. I'm wondering if Sleep Grease here might actually be good on the halberd, especially keeping Shu on their toes. Looking here, we do see the swaps over onto the talismans to guarantee that just one little bit off could swap over to that Blessed Dew to try and get that 1 HP back, but that doesn't, or, well, it's not really going to matter now, seeing as the damage is already down. Going for that running attack there is the side of Shu, a free-aimed halberd R1 there, expecting an attempt to strafe, but Shu's not having any of it, playing it fairly standard here. Had the opportunity there to go for the off-axe, but is going to get the interrupt there. Shu rolls out, going for another running attack. A roll comes out now from Shu, as we do see Mariko keeping center, but it's going to cost him a little bit of that HP as another free-aimed halberd R1 comes out. Shu is going to roll out, as we do see that stutter step out, immediately moving in for a punish. A standing R1 may have actually managed to get that punish there from the side of Mariko, but unfortunately it's not going to matter much, as we do see a running R1 come out there, standing R1. Another running attack comes out there, but the off axe will answer in kind as the spin to win, the Beyblades going absolutely ham here as Mariko tries to set up for some shenanigans, but the backstab grab is going to cost Shu that little bit of guaranteed damage. But the anti-air there from the halberd as the standing R1 just to keep Shu at bay comes out running R2 there. Once more rollout there from Mariko as well. 337 HP versus a full tier here from the side of Shu as a free-aimed halberd, but the off-axe says nah, this is my space, but 169 HP. Nice. Comes out there from Mariko as a run R2 comes out a single HP and a dream, but the off axe is not going to matter for naught, as it's going to be Shu taking the round. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, the 1 HP in a dream is going to remain 1 HP. You hate to see it. GG's. Shu takes the first stock. Interesting. Shu my numero, Walter 3 deck. True! Shu's a damn fine player, but there's some stiff competition in this bracket. Alright, cool beans. Alright, we have both of our players in. Oh, never mind. Are we collecting our... Yeah, we're collecting our runes. That's very important, folks. Alright. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Alley! Bolt out. Physics drank. Knives are out. And you see a good interrupt there comes out from Mariko, and a backswing as well, just for it. And do you see more stutter steps in neutral here coming up from Mariko? Run R2, but unfortunately just shy. Beautiful spacing there from the side of Shu, who says, it don't matter that your halberd R2 has phantom for days, I'm going to space it. As the no backswing there goes for the halberd R1. As we do see now that Thunderbolt of Lightning, very, very frightening. Me buffs come out there. Free aim, unfortunately not going to land. Shu goes for these turnarounds here. Has taken only a minuscule amount of damage compared to Mariko, who's taken a hell of a lot. As the off-axe comes out there, standing R1 into the kickflip R2. I think they call them feigns, but I don't know. I call them kickflips because it sounds cooler. And it's a Dark Souls 1 reference. Know your history, guys. As the run R1 comes out there from Shu again. Another run R1. Opportunity there for Mariko to space, but the run R2 is going to connect. Both sides still have their tiers. The off-axe into a standing R1, but unfortunately not going to hit. Uh-oh. As the stutter steps coming out here from Mariko, but that whiff is going to cost him. As the backswing comes out. Clipping him, but not shipping him as the tier is down. Both tiers are gone in the halberd. Roll ones. No, it's not. It's legal. Oh yeah, do is legal. I keep forgetting that people say that. That it's not legal on ERPVP anymore. As we do see the Mother Thunderbolts, both sides of the Thunderbolts of Lightning, greases. Amazing. The bundling. Into run R2, beautiful! From Mariko there, and the standing R1, the aim down! But the off-axe going hatchet mad here. Both sides very, very low here. Marrick not going gentle into that good night. And the backswing takes it. 191 HP there for Shu. Close matches all around. And that is GG, WP, Shake My Hand, TBH, IMO. There we go. 2-2. Well, 2-0 in the favour of Doesn't Matter Shu. Excellent, Smithers. Let me just log the scores there. 2-0. Very, very close set there. Good lord. As now, we're moving on to Yoss versus Pizzium. Alright, cool beans. Alright, at Pizzium. At Yoss. Neat. Alright. Yoss the boss versus a pizza. Good to see Yoss back in bracket again after a hiatus. Always good to see them in bracket. Pizza. Cool beans. Alright. Alright, cool beans. The second coming of Gryffindor is real and true. So Milky Way said, make a tourney where if the armor is ugly, they get banned from the Discord. Yes, that is the plan. That is true and real. That is what we will be doing. Alright, we have a player in. Let's see who it is. I'd imagine that's Yoss. No, that's Pizzium is in. Cool. Cool beans. Well, Bean is in the bracket. Remember that Griff made the entire community ban magic? I think we should reignite the anti-mage wars again in chat. I think that that would be excellent and not drive me absolutely up the wall again. Yeah, we're just waiting for Yoss the boss. Pizza. You're pizza now. I'm sorry. Because it fits. Will it? Will... Pizzium. Will this fit? Oh, wait. It does fit. Pizzium. Okay, it barely fits. Alright, you're lucky this time. Melee in builds. What's up, Oak? Where is the boss? Can't fight mage. Yeah, there we go. We're back. We're so back. We're so back. Now where's Yoss? There he is. Yo, there he is. The boss is in the house. He's like Bruce Springsteen, but cooler. Alright, boys and girls. Let's take a quick peek at the builds. Trees on the side of Pizzium. Versus whatever on earth Yoss is rocking with the dagger. 53 strength versus 38 end with a little bit of faith. Oh ye of little faith. Oh ye of little faith. We do have both of our players in. Oh, it's dagger off stock. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have both of our players in. For round 1. Wave 2. And a first to 2. Yoss versus Pizza. Pizzium. As we are going to say, both players wiggling in neutral like you wouldn't believe as the R2 comes out there from the side of Yoss. Not going to be whiff punished. As we do see a rollout now once more. Beautiful stuff here. As we are going to see now the standing R1 come out there. Yoss going to be clipped. Far from shipped though, as this fight's only just beginning. As we do see yet more Wiggles in neutral here. A swing first, lose first kind of engagement. As we do see a rollout come out now from the side of Yoss. Oh, but that nice little bit of an interrupt there. As the R2s does have poise break on the off stock here. If he chooses to go for it. And the backswings come out there, unfortunately missing up on that. Oh, but Pizzium is stuck in the corner. But Yoss is going to be clipped! Clipped again! As we do see the dagger, R2 mashing. Yoss managing to get a little bit of damage there. Yoss has taken a lot of damage. As the CR1 comes out there. Pizzium, beautiful spacing here, going to get a clip on Yoss. Does get the interrupt here, 1400 to 373. Yoss also has, yeah, without a tier as well. Both sides playing it careful. Oh my god! Still all to play for here as Yoss gets some more damage in. Pizzium maybe looking to try and proc his own tier here. The running R1 comes out here from Pizzium. Both sides playing it very careful. That's the tier gone! As a running attack comes out. Oh, but the clip! Into the anti-air! But both sides now are very, very low. As the thrusting sword comes out now from the side of Pizzium. Uh-oh. This is actually a very difficult match now for both of them, seeing... Oh, the backswing! Into the trade! 161 versus 40 as the daggers are out. Uh-oh. The harpoon's out! There she blows! Not to be. As we do see the whip. The Arumi! Both sides 2 HP in a dream! From the side of Yoss! Empty jump coming out now. The sword lance! The swap over into the glintstone scraps! And that's going to be all she wrote. Oof. Very, very close round there. Good God. There we go. Very, very patient. Alright, that's going to be Pizzium taking the first stock. No, that was neat. That patient play there at the end was super... It was V-nice. V-nice. It does look as though we're going to see some changes here from both of our players. Good lord. What was it that Ohai Toto used to call the glintstone scraps? It was glintstone craps, wasn't it? I remember they were banned for a while. Ohai Toto the GOAT. That was a long ass time ago. That was like the first 3 or 4 months of ER, wasn't it, lads? Alright. Because everyone spammed them at the start? True. Alright, I'm made of a banana cake. Disgusting. Alright, either way, we have both of our players in. 1-0 in the favour of Pizzium. Match point for Pizzium. Yoss. With a hill to climb. But sticking to the guns. Jump over the top there. Yoss getting the first hit in. The off-stock here. Running attack there comes out. Good roll comes out now from the side of Yoss. And the R2s come out. Tries to get another catch there, but alas, it's not to be. Backswing material there in the corner is beautiful. Into the backswing there with the R2. Pizzium walking into it. Running attack into the beautiful whiff punish, which has been restored, guys. Trust. The R2. Standing R1 is the another R2 there. 820. Yoss is yet to be taking any damage. Into a trade. The tier is gone. Got to get a half hit though. Both sides resetting now. Well over 1,000 HP in the difference here. Going for a harpoon kill. Going out with style is the side of Yoss. Jump R2 over the top there. It's not going to hit. Tries to go for the interrupt. Another trade. Pizzium playing for that nice slow play here, but there's still a tier to get worked through. Running R1 there just to try and get that hit. The tap. The run attack. Going for another R2. Another running attack. Beautiful aggression here from the side of Yoss as a harpoon comes out there to try and punish some runaways. But Pizzium now can just kind of chill. But he still has a tier to work through. Yoss trying to go for a space. But the running attack into a jump over the top. The offstock gets a clip. 27 HP. The two-handed dagger into a running. 1-1. Match point, ladies and gents. Good God, what a round. Really patient plays here coming out from both of them. Beautiful stuff. So prettiful. So prettiful. Match point is now on the cards. Really nice adaptations there from Yoss as the match went on. Taking that aggression, realizing the panic rolling wasn't the play. Set up so that he can get some decent hits in. An unfortunate misplay there from the side of Pizzium. But 27 HP to 500. We are in tier skip range here, unfortunately. But Pizzium just wasn't able to get it. And we've seen that swap over to Red Feather just to try and get the setup for it. We're still waiting for Pizzium to get in. Yossero, Bobero, yes. Yosso, Dabasso. Really nice stuff here from the side of both of them. I think Yoss even realized here without the grease up, he had an opportunity to just try and set up for the... He just had the opportunity to set up for some shenanigans, and the beautiful off-stock hit there comes out as well. But either way, I digress. Both players are in, ladies and gents. On a 3, on a 2, on a 1. And with which it is 1-1. Match point! As he said, a couple of Hail Marys have been said. Oh, tries to go for that interrupt there, but unfortunately, Yoss manages to steal Prio. Both sides playing in a fairly long neutral here. Against PSGS, generally speaking, the safest thing is swing first, lose first, as Yoss gets the little bit of La Vortex, some roll catch shenanigans. Tries to go for that R2. Forces a half hit there, as we are going to see Pizzium now realize... As a step cancel, R2 comes out. Nice stuff as the grease comes out. And the off-stock there just to keep everything. The off-stock into a running attack. And a standing R1 then as well. Just to guarantee that prio. There's another run attack there. The off-stock now has priority. Pizzium is very, very low. Good God. An interrupt there, forcing a trade. But Yoss is going to be clipped. Jump R2. The panic roll! Both sides now more or less even. Just look how quickly the turntables. The whiffs come out there into the interrupts, and that's going to be Yoss taking it! Yoss, the boss! If this wasn't on YouTube, I'd be playing some Bruce Springsteen, the boss himself. Just to get in, just to celebrate the win there from Yosso the Bosso. GG's to both lads. Good shot. Jump attack there into a trade probably wasn't the play. But man, GG's to both. Alright, Yoss. 2-1 from Pizzium. Very, very good stop. Very, very good set. And a good stock as well. Can I ban Swan? No, I'm not banning Swan, because you asked. Jeez. Swan, you now have complete control. You can go crazy in chat now. I'm not going to ban you. That is a lie. Please don't. Alright, Bean versus Zarlitch. Alright. Mr. Bean. Rowan Atkinson himself. Cool. Amazing fights. You know, there were some good fights there. For sure. For real. On God. I think that might be the highlight so far. Oh my God. Alright, we have Zarlitch in. We're now just waiting for Mr. Bean. Caster versus Caster. Is Bean on Caster today, is he? Oh God. Bean ring. True. On God. On guide, bestie. Yoss. Alright, there he is. It's like that one scene from Blazing Saddles. It's crazy. Bean is here. Let's take a peek at the builds. 64 strength here from Beans. Zarlitch rocking that 55 faith build with a Shamshir in his back pocket. Excited to see how this one is going to go. Beautiful stuff. I'm excited. I'm on the edge of my seat to see how this one is going to go. Alright, folks. Bean in blue. Zarlitch in red. And ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez! Look at that aggression from Bean, who's going to be on two-handed dagger? Beautiful spacing there to try and get out of the catch flame. Immediate tally swaps here while continuing the aggression from the side of Bean, which is the sign of a good player. As a running attack comes out there, beautifully almost spacing out that second catch flame. Another running attack. Spaces out the catch flame, waiting for the double. Instead of actually playing it nice and safe, Bean is going to move in for the aggression here. Going for another running attack. Catch flame here tries to catch 1600 to 2300. Getting another little bit of damage, a standing R1. Oh, but now we're in vortex range. Goes for that backswing, but alas, it's not to be. Goes for the jump against the sleep to keep the aggression. Beautiful stuff here from the side of Bean. As we are seeing some more shenanigans there. Tries to go for that setup. Takes the aggressive option instead. Realizing now that Zarlitch is going to be low on blue. But the catch flame does manage to get funny enough, the catch. Going for only off dagger here by the looks of things. What is this? Oh, but the blue has been drank, but it's going to cost Zarlitch. As we do see Bean skedaddle. Trying to get out of dodge here as his tier has been procced. Setting up there the running attack. Do we have a tier skip option here from the side of Bean? No, we don't, but he's not going to need it. As that's now going to be a life advantage now for Mr. Beans. There's a Shamshir swapping over. Zarlitch not wanting to set up for any more shenanigans. I believe that's both the blue flasks now gone. Saving that last bit of FP up for a special occasion, as we do see the toggles there to guarantee the speed boost out of any interaction. Really, really nice stuff. As we do see now more toggles here coming out from the side of Bean. Life advantage is in his favor. As we do see Zarlitch move a little bit too close. Good taking advantage of that empty jump, as we are going to see the Shamshir going for the backswing, but it's not to hit. As we do see the R2 to send him away. Good night, sweet prince. Really nice stuff. I really like the jump against the sleep there from the side of Bean. Just to guarantee that he could keep up that aggression and stay close. Really, really nice stuff. Excellent showing. So Bean did a phenomenal job there of taking out the mage. But a very slow fight to waste out all of the blue. Get the punishes on the blue when he was safe to do so. But Zarlitch also zoning out using the sleep pots there. But unfortunately Zarlitch just kind of ambled a little bit too close. Went too close to the sun while Bean played this very patient game. And that's going to be Dagger. Pretty much off Dagger and two-handed Dagger taking the W in a tournament. Beautiful stuff. Really, really nice. GG's. Alright, folks. We have both of our players in for round 2. Bean up 1. Zarlitch. Main hand, not one-handed Dagger. Yeah, main hand. Sorry, pardon me. But nothing else. Still impressive. Alright, we are going to see... on the Warped Axe from Bean. Going for those blocks there. Content now to wait out the magic shenanigans. As he is going to be clipped. Recognizing now that Zarlitch is probably going to be low on blue. As the Warped Axe is going to do some serious work. Into the attempted backswing. Oh, he misplayed! Uh-oh. Misplays again! But that's going to be a lot of blue gone. And now we have Zarlitch only on 1. As the crouching rolling attack comes out now from the side of Bean. Getting that Godskin swaddling cloth out. The stutter steps out. Oh my god. As we do see the running attack, try to get that. As he goes for a running attack. Into the project! Oh, but Bean's going to be caught by the end of it. But that's going to be a bad position now for Zarlitch to be in, because now his blue is going to be very, very low. As we're going to have to see that swap over. That's going to be 1, 2. 2 flasks. As the jump over the top there. As the orb comes out now once more. Bean is taking a lot of damage. She's without tear. But so is Zarlitch. Cost 144 HP! And that's going to be Zarlitch taking a stock. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is Mr. Bean in troubles? 1-1. No, one of them did miss. Zarlitch 1-1. I'm going to need to grab more water after this stock. Alright. Cool beans. Alright! We have both of our players in. Ready to go. On a 3, on a 2, and a 1, and match point. Glug, 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 glug. Bean swapping over to Shamshir here to try and keep up that aggression. Running attack there is going to connect. Run R2 connecting there from the side of Bean. And a beautiful free aim to guarantee the hit. As Zarlitch is going to be vibing out. We do see Bean just go, nah fam, my health bar is a challenge. As that's going to be the tear gone. Zarlitch is taking a lot of damage here. Good rollout. But unfortunately, that isn't going to connect here. As we do see the double catch flame come out. As Zarlitch takes more damage, not going for the backswing there is the side of Bean. 120 HP to 1800. The Bean supremacy. And that's going to be a standing R1 gets the hit. GG's. Bean takes the W in a very commanding stock. Not playing around, just going for that balls to the wall aggression. GG's. Good lord. That's going to be Bean taking it in a 2-1. Beautiful stuff. All right, now it's going to be Omenors versus Pancake. All right. Pancake at Omenors. Omi. All right. I'm just going to run and get another bit of water after I've set up everything here. Also, Total War has broken my WASD keys. That's pretty funny. Pancakes with love. Alright, just gonna go grab water real quick. Chat you in just a second. We'll just leave the screen up. You all have to live with it. Alright. I got the water. And we have both of our players in. Excellent, Smithers. Alright, let's take a quick peek at the builds. And make sure that both of the players are in order. Omenors. Yeah, there we go. And then, there we go. Alright, neat. Omi, DS3 veteran, rocking some jank. He would never. It's crazy. You hate to see it. With the the iron cleaver, beast claws, and the dagger, versus Pancakes playing a more traditional haul axe build. Exciting stuff. On the edge of my seat. All right, boys and girls. Boys and girls. Oh, what is going on here? Can't tab in. Yeah, just take a second. Axe tally? I have no idea what my man is playing at. Omi's having technical issues. What are you doing, Omi? Yeah, no worries. Do what you gotta do, brother. Why can't you tab in? Okay, Omi's left. Hopefully that means we don't have to change anything. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So, ERPVP, thank you again for the follow. Atle770, I have no idea who you are. But I have no idea how to say that name either. Omi computer victim, unfortunately. You hate to see it as a sports fan, honestly. You hate to see it. We'll take another peek at the builds here while we wait. The shenanigans that is afoot is truly outrageous from the side of Omi here. 51 strength versus 56 strength. 58-58. Endurance 42-40. Bro, they're both on pretty much identical builds. The only difference is that Omi is a little bit put into dex. Good lord. Strength, supremacy, strong. Strength, strong, guys. Just putting that out there, as it does seem Omi has joined back in. Or at least he will now in a second. What's up, Inservans? How goes it? How goes it? Doesn't have that other half of the DLC stuff is banned? Good! I absolutely hate most of the DLC stuff. Alright, we have both of our players in. They are ready. They're prepared. Are we prepared? Alright, on a 3. On a 2. On a 1. The bolt is on its way. Pancakes versus Omenors. The young gun versus the grizzled veteran. A homie. Loved and appreciated in the Church of Yoy as the R2 almost hits! You hate to see it. As a run R1 comes out here with the follow-up R1. Of course, having pretty much the same moveset as the Stone Club. Goes for that whiff punish. Tries to go for the follow-up. Not going to happen. Still life advantage here in the favour of Pancake. As we do see that those aim downs coming in. Into a desync run R1. Beautiful. Into a catch! And the R2 there just to try and catch him from Omenors. But it's not to be. And a run R2 catching from Kilo. The standing R1 catching Omenors. Not going to fall for that charged R2 shenanigans. But you see the running attack coming out here. As the off-axe there just to try and clip. Beautiful life advantage here on the side of Pancakes. Whiff punish attempt comes out here as well. But the ice spear to get that interrupt. As another charged R2 comes out. Into! Uh-oh. Stormcaller. As unfortunately Omi got caught in the model. Unfork bestie. And a trade to finish us out. And that is going to be Pancakes. With love. With love. You love to see it. I really like the use of the ice spear there. That was pretty cute. As it's going to be Pancake taking the first stock. Omi ascend. I wonder how Homie Omi's going to do. The blessings of Luke be upon you. And all glitchers shall be kicked. As we move forward. Alright, there we have it. Both players are in. Ladies and gents. Round 2. Wave 2 in this first 2. That's a lot of 2s. 1-0 in the favour of Pancakes. The bolt is out. The wind blades are out here from the side of Homie Omi. I'm unbiased by my Dark Souls 3 brethren. Trust, guys. Believe. As a run R2 comes out there, getting a nice tasty bit of damage to start off with. As a bit of a pivot there, unfortunately, it catches Omenors. And a run R2 comes out and just about manages to clip. As the Stormcaller says, no! This is my space, as the Hall Axe does its thing. There's a little bit of mashu, mashu, mashu. And the Harpoon manages to connect! 1000 HP to 1400. Omi still has Tear, though. Uh-oh. As a bit of a mashu, mashu comes in here. And the Godskin immediately having that advantage taken out. But the mash! Look at that mash! Hominors. Hominors. Yoi's blessings truly were upon him this day. As he takes the W. Forcing another 1-1. Damn, so this round 2 bracket is actually pretty competitive. It's been a few matches now that have been just on the cusp. Good lord. Why mash? Worked, didn't it? Most fun player to watch of all time. Yeah, Omi does some wild stuff. I will say, playing him is a frustration matrix to no end, but I can't deny that he makes some really jank stuff works. Work, not works. Alright, either way, both players are in on a 3. On a 2 or 1. Allay! Match point for all of our players. As a run attack comes through here. Another bit of a... Unfortunately not going to connect. As a run R2 manages to just clip his shins. The Achilles heel as the off-axe comes through there. As a standing R2 comes out here from Omenors. Playing a little bit flashy here for a man on match point as the run R2 does connect. But that's going to be a nice tasty amount of damage into another tasty amount. As the Schmixer does schmixy things. The Fisher! Beautiful showing here for Omenors. As we are seeing the harpoon headshot. Boom, a headshot. As we are going to see now both players play this nice and careful. Omi doesn't want to lose his tier. He's going to roll out. Tries to go for the harpoon, but just a little bit too late. The run attack comes through there. Unfortunately, Pancake having to reset into neutral. Uh-oh. Omenors feigning out a little bit of aggression here. Still has his tier. As the roll jump over the top! And Pancake not willing to play into the mash here. A singular HP into the off dagger! And that is gonna be Pancake's moving on into the next round. Omenors back into the loser's bracket. You hate to see it as a sports fan. The blessings of Yoi were not upon him this day. Unfortunate bestie. GG's. Alright. Marrick chalking that score down. GG's. As we still have Oak Bro versus Noob Seft. Alright. Versus. Another Dark Souls 3-oid. Is Brogar? I can't remember. This isn't my rule set, so I'm a little bit all over the shop of what is and isn't legal. I didn't have time. Alright. Ash. Okay, bro. Alright, cool. They have been pinged. Alright. The Enda set is just a slightly altered ERPVP rule set. The ERPVP rule set is actually pretty damn good as of right now. I'm actually pretty impressed with it. It's good right out of the box. Let me just tinker with that just a little bit. As the last two matches of round 1 are about to be done, and then we'll move on to round 3, the last of the best of 3 rounds. And then we'll crack on then with the rest of the tournament. If we finish the main bracket, we'll help Ron out with losers. Because there's a lot of matches and losers right now. But I do think it's probably for the best. Pull out Rivers of Blood. Bobero. Alright, we have one of our players in. World, you are 1 level under. Fix stats, please. Fix stats, please. Okay, cool. Someone, when changing their 164, put 1 less stat in. Lamau. I wonder which stat they're actually low on. It's probably one of the funny ones. Either Int, Faith, or Arcane. Alright, cool beans. Alright, who's who? XD. Who's who? Who? Question mark? Let me just quickly check which player is who. I actually can't tell which one is which right now. So let's just check Discord, lads, real quick. I haven't seen Noob play Elden Ring, so I don't know which one is which. I don't know which one is which. Lads? Who? Ash. Okay, bro. Ash. Who's who? Check Discord, please. I'm Sham. Okay, cool. So I did have it backwards. Nice. XD. Alright, cool beans. Alright, let's take a quick peek at the builds. So we have Noog here rocking the Shamshir 7th, who is going to be on that 38 and 59 strength, 58 vigor. And then Okay Bro is going to be rocking the Hall Axe by the looks of things. Vigor 58 and 35, 62 strength. I much prefer having high strength on Halberd. I think you get some really good returns on it. Alright, either way, we have both of our players in. And on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez, bolt out. Physics drank. There we go. Let's go. As we do see a running R1 coming out here from the side of OK Bro. Going for another running attack here. Noog on the back foot to start off with. We are going to see that running attack there. He's going to be off-axed though for his troubles. As another halberd off-axe there comes in swinging as another rollout that comes out now from Seft. OK Bro keeping up that nice little bit of pressure. 7 keeping up on pressure, but unfortunately that Stormcaller is going to come out. Almost getting a nasty hit there on the rollout, but Noog resetting now into a neutral. Seft keeping up the pressure as a running attack comes through here, but unfortunately we're seeing the aggression here, much more comfortable aggression. As the backstab grab, unfortunately, is going to call it as the most Elden Ring interaction known to man is going to come through. As we do see some rollouts come out here. The tier is gone here from Seft. OK Bro here with the fairly commanding lead to start off with. As the Stormcaller comes out again. Tries to get the full combo here. As we do see the swap over to Red Feather. And that's going to be a catch. GG's. Alright, cool beans. You could be fixed. 124. Let me just screenshot this for Noog real quick. Right. Yes. He might be able to fix it over the course of the next couple of minutes. Where's Discord? Alright, cool beans. Alright. It's OK Bro's build. That's apparently jank here. Did I actually save that? I might not have. Just give the players a second now to... What, man? Did I actually save that? No, I didn't. Never mind. It's fine. Alright, give them a moment, folks. That is one match for Oakbro. Right. Is it done or what? I'm not sure. I'm just waiting for OK Bro to get back into position. Because you should be okay. Let me check. Yep, just get back into position at your leisure. He's probably just fixing it now. Alright, there we go. We're good. Alright, cool beans. Oh, never mind. Are we good? Alright, we're good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. 1-0 in the favor of Oakbro. Alright, just back into your corner. Is it fixed? Yeah. Yeah, fixed. Carry on. Alright, cool beans. Alright! Both players are in. Cool! There we go. We actually did it. Okay, bro would never stall a tournament. Alright, there we go. We have both of our players greased up and ready to go. Okay, bro going for a running attack there from Kilo as a run R1 comes out now from the side of Noog. Getting a little bit more comfortable here as a jump R1 comes out over the top here, but OK Bro is just going to keep up that aggression, tries to go for a backswing. Not going to happen as another running R1 comes out. Looking here. Another run R1 comes out. Beautiful stuff here. An off axe comes through. Standing R1 getting that catch there as the backswing comes out. There we go. The backswing does actually manage to get the catch there. Noog resetting into a long neutral, but OK Bro is going to be whiff punished there for that running R1 that did not connect. Backswing as the roll in against the spin slash does in fact work. Noog forced into the corner now once more as the backswing's free aimed, but unfortunately none of them going to connect as we now do see OK Bro swapping over to that early blue feather to set us off. And here standing R1's coming out. As a spin slash comes out. Running R1 comes through. Good rollout comes out now from OK Bro. Very close match. The Stormcaller almost managing to get the catch there. As the off axe into a trade. Swap over to off dagger here will be absolutely devious. And there we see it. And the whiff punish there. Giving Oak Bro the W. GG's. GG's. Alright. Cool beans. That is that match done and over with. 2-0 in the favor of Oak Bro. Now it is going to be OG Donut versus Brier. Okay. Brier. Yeah, just make sure both of you leave world if you're not already out. Cool beans. Hello, Kai. What's up? Let's see who's in world as of right now. Hey! Brier is there. Donut is there. Let's take a quick peek at the builds, folks. So we are going to see Brier rocking the Shamshir versus the Twin Blade here of Donut. 39 endurance, 54 strength, 18 dex from Donut, 40 end, 55 strength, 16 dexterity here from the side of Brier. Alright, the last round of wave 2. So we have both of our players in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have both players in and ready to go. Sham versus Twinblade. I guess a classic matchup. As we do see the physics coming out here from both of our players. Both of them skedaddling about the place. As a run R2 comes in here, standing R1 into a little bit of mash here from the side of Donut. A little bit behind here is Donut, but Brier not far behind, as we do see the Thunderbolt of Lightning very, very frightening me. In sync! As we do now both see a beautiful strafe there from the side of Donut. Oh, beautiful run R2 there, and the spin slash follow-up. Not able to get the catch though, unfortunately. As we do see both players having that blessed do on. Into a little bit of a mashu. Tries to get that catch there. Into the run R2 to finish us out. Beautiful stuff. GG's. Nicely done. Yeah, really nice strafe there of the jumping attack. Brier unfortunately not quite able to make it. Good rollouts across the board as well. And a well-timed spin slash. Oh, spin slash punish there from Donut as well. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Beautiful. Ach. Unreal. Nicely done. The mash. Follow up, and then immediately into that run R2. Brier putting himself in the corner. Not the place you want to be, as that is Donut taking the first stock. There we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, round 2. This last of wave 3. 3, 2, 1, alley. Looking here, we are going to see that jump over the top there from Brier. We do have the poise chip here into a follow-up run R2 from Donut, which is going to be absolutely brutal if he's able to space it correctly. Brier, unfortunately, going for those swings from Kilo. Oh, beautiful there. That damage into a spin slash, into a follow-up mash from Donut. 1000 HP to 1800. The damage that Twin Blades are able to output is absolutely outrageous. Into a follow-up there, a run R2. Tries to go for the catch there with the standing R1, but unfortunately too far away. As the swap over onto Hyper Armor, but the Sham is out now from Donut. And the jump R1 over the top there into that follow-up. A little bit too far away for that jump R1 to actually connect, which is an unfortunate bestie memento as a standing R1. But the jump R2! Neither side has tier by the looks of things. It's jumping R1 to try and get that initiation comes out, as Brier is going to be crouching here in neutral. Standing R1 comes out there from the side of Donut, but alas, it's not to be. Both sides even Steven. Jump R2 out over the top there. Backswing. Backswing again! Brier is very low, but so is Donut! As you do see the damage buff talismans out in force here from the side of Brier. The Thorn and Donut side. Donut wanting to put this one away, but he still has a stock to mess around with. Into the standing R1 of the backswing! Takes it away. GG's. Well played. And that is the end of the wave 2. GG's, GG's. As now we move on to round 3. Beautiful stuff here as Donut is going to skedaddle on forward. The 2-0. And we'll jump over to Space versus Atlas. Atlas, disciple of Braun. GG's, GG's. Let me just add the players. Yep. Yep. Alright, we're actually moving arena now. Interesting. Alright. That's a curiosity. Weird, as I now have to remember what the hotkey is for the maps. Where is it? There we go. Where's Snowy Outpost? Hopefully my PC doesn't burst into tears. I'm really hoping that it doesn't lag out. Alright, cool beans. Alright, and it does seem to be actually working correctly. Topsy choose map, default to square. Alright. Cool, as we take a peek over to the... I think that's what I decided. Let me just double check my rulings on map picks. Maps, Topsy chooses map. Perfect. At Atlas. Cool. It's actually pretty rare we get to see the different maps. Cornerless map. It's interesting. It is interesting. Alright, we have both of our players in. Let me just check that all the players are set as they should be. It's Atlas. It's... Nope, wrong way around. There we go. Set up and ready. Nice. Let's take a quick peek at the builds. Because I now need to... There we go. Alright, cool. So we have Space Ranger here who's going to be rocking this abomination. 50-50 and 59 Vigor from the side of Space. Atlas rocking the 3860. So there's going to be a damage difference here from both of them, but it's in Atlas's favor. But we'll see how it pans out as we are now ready to crack on the rest of this round. Both players are in their positions. Atlas in red, Space Ranger in blue. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. LA, bolt out, physics drank. And both players now are going to be moving into center now to try and get some nice pressure. Good run-outs there from Space Ranger getting the first hit in. Jump R2, as we are going to see Space take a little bit of damage. The knives are out. As we do see now, the more daggers here from Atlas as another running attack comes out now from Space. As we do see now, both players skedaddling about in neutral. Backswing comes out here. Space Ranger is going to whiff. As a standing R1 is going to connect as we see the swap over onto the Beast Claw. Wakizashi. Off Wak. Not Wakizashi, sorry. The Strength Dagger. It is a fancy Italian name, I think. As we do see now the Jump R2 come out over the top now. Space Ranger is going to whiff, but unfortunately we see the roll in, and look at that. As we are now going to see the dagger mash coming out now. Chinquide. Good rollout. Once again now from the side of Space Ranger as we do see a run in once more, but unfortunately it is going to whiff. Atlas having to play this very carefully. A massive life advantage now for Space as we do see the kickflip come out now. Good run in there now once more from Space Ranger, who is going to be playing it nice and cautiously, but he does get a dagger hit in there for his troubles. Good roll in there comes out now from the side of Atlas. As beautiful roll discipline comes out here now from the side of Space Rangers. We do see those little bits of chip damage come through. We see the swap back over onto the Shamshir, having to reset everything as Atlas has learned it. Good rollout now once more as we do see the standing R1s coming out now. Another standing R1. The spin slash comes out, but a little bit too late. Uh-oh. Good rollout now once more now from Space. A very patient match ensuing here as a jump over the top now comes out. Atlas is content now to let the tier run down. Neither side necessarily having a tier skip option. Jump R2 might be able to do it. I think a dagger hit into a jump R2 might be enough to actually bring this one through from the side of Space, but Atlas is going to play it very, very cautiously here. Space actually playing this really, really well, knowing that he's actually at a massive life advantage. Although he could think to pressure here, the advantage is actually in the favor of Atlas to let the tier run down. Oh, as the catch comes through there, the tier has worn off, 16 HP. And that is going to be Space Ranger taking the W. Very aggressive plays there from the side of Space. Could have... It's kind of a hard one to tell when the life advantage is that way inclined, whether or not waiting down the tier is the play. But Space definitely, weirdly, for a change, playing the tier game beautifully. Atlas there should have pressed an awful lot more to try and get the hits in that he was looking for, taking advantage of the fact that his tier was as important as it was. But very, very nice plays there from Space Ranger. Claw Dagger is actually a thing. Yup. It's a poise chip setup, basically. Poise chip, you get your backswing, and then you're able to play off of the claw guaranteeing a break with its hits. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. 14, 16 HP. Swaps over to Red Feather instead, given that's the most reliable way, and unfortunately the chase down from Space was too good. Alright, folks. We have both of our players in for round 2. Space Ranger up 1-0. Cool. Alright, and we're ready to go with round 2. Ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2 and a 1, LA. Beautiful stuff here. Poise chip setups and stuff that work that way can do some really interesting stuff. But it's reliant on the swap over from something that does enough chip damage. Because we're seeing Atlas take an awful lot of damage to start off with. Yup. Yeah, exactly, ISP. That is exactly how it works. You play off of it. It's a poise chip setup. Pretty swap intensive. Although, given how Space Ranger is knocking this build out with that 50 strength, as we do see that attempt to try and guarantee the breaks. Oh, but beautiful whiff punish comes out there from Atlas, who is going to be chipped. Looking at that there, we do see the dagger. That's going to be 2 chips, managing to get that break, as we talked about earlier on. And that swap back over to Shamshir. Jump R2 comes out over the top there, but unfortunately Atlas is nowhere to be found. I am curious if the follow-up on Sham works just like the follow-up on the running R1, where its hitbox becomes a little bit more funky. I do know that it works for the standing R1. Are we going to see a backswing? No, some very patient plays there, as that is going to be the tier procced now from Space Ranger. 1500 HP. Paying for that aggression, not playing for the patient round is the dagger mash. But the spinning slash comes out. Atlas would have been better off playing that one very, very patient to try and waste the tier on Space Ranger. Keep that life advantage very, very close, but we don't see it. The only tier plays we're really seeing are from Space. But it's not going to matter, as that is going to be Space Ranger taking the second stock in a sweep Beautiful stuff. GG's to both. Well done. Beautiful stuff. Nicely done. Cool beans. Yeah, it's a cool setup. I actually like the look of it. You got raided? Who did I unfortunately, I have to keep all my stuff open. Peekaboo! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Lieutenant Peekaboo of the Cavalry Corps. Stopping by. Appreciate having you in, by the way, Peekaboo. Yeah, I have to keep everything aside for the tournament, so unfortunately I didn't quite catch it. Let me just mark the scores. Space Ranger taking the W with a 3, with a 2-0 sweep. Now it's going to be Doesn't Matter Shoe versus Yoss. This should actually be a pretty low lap match. As both are from Germany. Shoe. There we go. Not telling you to go away. Who's the top seed? It does appear that it's Shoe. Cool. Nice. Neat. Human lat. This should be sub 20, I'd imagine, depending. We're just waiting for Shu to pick the map. Cool. It's going to be Lake. Crystal Lake. There we go. Cool beans. Alright, so Shu's going to be in red, the lady in red. Let me get all of my stuff set up here. There we go. Nice. Neat. Just waiting now on Yoss. Alright, now just waiting for Yoss the boss. Yeah, it looks like loser's bracket is going along quite nicely. Because it does seem as though Brier takes out Dollard. Pizzium takes out Panorama. Kiwis took out Milky Way. Omenors losing to Zarlitch. Marrick Pro taking out Pizzium. Cobain taking out Kiwis. And now it's going to be Atlas versus Zarlitch and Seft versus Brier. So there's a tournament happening here now. Yoss the boss. Alright, cool beans. Let's take a quick peek at the builds, folks. As it does seem as though we have Yoss rocking the thrusting sword. I'm curious as to what is in the offhand. Clean Rot is banned two-handed, but we'll take a peek now in a second and we'll see what he's rocking. Shu, of course, they are going to be rocking the Shamshir. 57 strength, 42 endurance, 60 vig, 43 endurance, 53 strength on the side of Yoss. Excellent. We might see the PSTS come out from the side of Yoss. And that does seem as though that's what we're going to be witnessing. Ladies and gentlemen, round 3. First 2-2. Alright, ladies and gents. On a 3, 2, 1. Allez! Bolt out. Physics drunk. And it does seem as though we're going to see Shu rocking that Shamshir, goes in for that immediate aggression. Poise chip is now in effect. Looking at this here. Jump L1 comes out now from the side of Yoss, who's going to be slowly but surely healing up that. As it does seem now the poised chip is now in full effect. Shu's taking a fair amount of damage now to start off with. The life advantage is going to be on the side of Yoss. As a trade comes through with the Godskin, Swaddling Cloth, and the Blessed Dew coming in. And the Mashu. Into that crazy amount of damage. Good God. Shu basically on death's door here. Oh, and a beautiful showing here from Yoss. The boss. The actual Bruce Springsteen of Elden Ring PvP. Again, very unfortunately, I am forced to not play Bruce. During the tournament on account of YouTube chat. If Yoss wins, we'll take getting copyright flagged. Okay, folks? If Yoss wins the tournament. That's the rules, okay? I'm saying it now. I'm not getting AdSense money anyway, so it'll be totally worth it. Totally worth it. The beautiful showing there from Yoss. Comes out. We now have both of our players in and ready to go. Both of them in their respective corners. Yoss taking the first stock with 2 stock. Get it? Lamau, XD. Alright, moving on. Ladies and gents, on a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Alley. Both sides going for their respective physics. The harpoon to start us off. Jump there into the follow-up. Beautiful damage right off the bat there. CL1 comes out there to guarantee that little bit of poise damage. Shu does pop in there for a little bit of damage. That rolling attack is absolutely obscene here from the side of Yoss. 9 frames, front-loaded poise damage. Nasty, nasty stuff. Good rollout now comes out once more. Good roll discipline here from the side of Shu, who does get that interrupt kickflip coming out now. Run R2. Look at that damage, so fast. As the kick comes out, life advantage now is very much on the side of Shu by about 300 HP. But unfortunately that pivot comes out there, ruining all of Yoss's best laid plans. Unfortunately, it does look as though both sides are going to be even Steven. Yoss dangerously in tier skip range, but does manage to self-proc here. Yoss is the advantage now is in terms of Yoss, who could very easily wait out the tier. Are we going to see Shu up the aggression here to try and force that tier pop? That is the play. Wait out the tier. But unfortunately the tier's popped, but still life advantage in the favor of Yoss. Good rollout now coming out now. No, we don't. We're going to see the backspin come through. Run R2 comes out. Good pre-spacing comes out now from the side of Shu. Who now has the about 300 HP in the difference now once more. Give or take as the Run R2 comes out. Into the full chain. But unfortunately, Yoss is able to roll out. Into that follow-up. Shu is very low. Going for that trade. Into that 5 HP. And a dream. As Yoss takes the set. Jeez. Good Lord. Yoss is the boss and we're getting closer. Which Springsteen song will we play, folks? That's the next question. Alright. 2-0 in the favor of Yoss. I'm trying to be like my idol, Bevan. That space buddy looking motherfucker. Beautiful stuff. Alright. 2-0 in the favour of Yoss. Shu sent to loser's bracket. Yoss to face Space. But it does look like Bean is going to be versus Pancakes. Excellent. Alright, folks. This is very serious. Also, mods, feel free to set up predictions and stuff like that, folks, for some gambling. But while we do that... Before we do that... Beans. I might actually make Pancakes after the turn. No, I can't actually. Go a 3-minute poll on this. Start poll. There we go. This is very important. This is very important. What's the better meal? What is the better meal? Alright, cool. So Pancake Bean. All right. Cool beans. All right, just waiting now for the players to come on in. Let's see what map they're picking. Whatever easiest. Cool. Alright, it does seem as though we're going to be on Lake. We're staying on Lake for a while. Alright. Alright, how's the poll going? Pancakes are pretty good. Shu sweeps losers. There's some stiff competition in losers. Atlas is doing quite well. Does seem as though Brier lost to Noog. Omenors lost to Zarlitch. It's going to be Atlas versus Zarlitch and then Shu versus Noog. And we're still waiting for the rest of these matches to carry on. And we do have a player in. Oh, a plater. Oh, just waiting now for Bean to get in. The two... I'm not British! Outrageous. Disgraceful. Out freaking rages. Burger. Alright, we have Bean into Hoos. Let's just take a quick peek at the build from the side of both of our players. Alright, well it just seems as though Bean is going to be rocking that 60 Vig, 32 Endurance, 64 Strength and everything else base with the Sham Sheer. Sheer audacity of this man. Voices. Pancakes on that 58 Vigor, 42 Endurance, 56 Strength. Magnificent, unreal, unbelievable, crazy on the whole beard. Alright, cool beans. Let's crack on with the round. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez! Epic, cool. Cool beans even, as we are going to see the lightning, all our players greased up and ready to go. Look at this Pancake playing it very cautiously. Good rollout now once more. As we do see now Pancake getting clipped. Getting clipped once more. Oopsies. Oopsie daisies. Jump R1 comes out over the top now. Standing R1 now as well. As we do see now Bean chilling in the backfield. Going for a running attack now once more as the off axe comes in to try and clip him. But immediate counter aggression comes in now on the side of the Shamshir. Good jumping attack comes out now into the backswing. Pancakes. The maple syrup was not good enough, as we do see the Stormcaller. And jump attack comes out over the top. Good roll discipline there comes out there from the side of Beans, who's going to actually roll in, roll out, roll in, roll out, roll in, roll out. What a mad lad, bamboozling his opponent. As we do see the toggles coming out now from the side of Pancakes. just to get that speed boost out of interactions. Going for another running attack there. Not able to connect. Is able to connect that one, but the Ice Spear, unfortunately, into the rolling attack. Into the backswing. The tier is gone now for Pancakes. Bean's barely taken any damage. As the backstep. What a legend. As that's Pancakes basically on death's door. As the dagger comes through, actually hits. Oh my god, the headshot! As the bags come out. Oh, Lord. BM into a loss. Tale as old as time, ladies and gentlemen. As that is Beans taking the first stock. Beautiful. Tries to go for the backstab, the ravioli. What a creature. Absolute creature behavior. Good Lord. Alright. Let me just check up on all of my stuff as we're waiting for players to tinker with their bits and pieces. Oh, delicious. Alright, alright, alright. Still plenty of losers bracket to go. Once we finish the main round, we'll talk with Bron about how he wants to do things, but we're a ways away yet from worrying about that. Alright. Cool. Let's go. We have both of our players in. Ready to go. Bean versus Pancakes. Ladies and gents. 1-0. And on a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Allez! It's pinned, Devon. It should be anyway. Oh no, it's not. Because Alter unpinned my other pin. I'll sort that out. The losers bracket is linked in the chat. Is linked in the challenge. But either way, we are going to see both of our players skedaddling about doing funny Elden Ring things as we're seeing Pancake now play a very patient match. A running R1 comes through. Another backstep attempt here from the side of both of our players. Looking here, an empty jump there comes out now from the side of Bean as another running attack comes through. A roll out, roll in, roll out, roll in. Another running attack there just to try and get the hit, but unfortunately it's not going to matter. As Bean is going to be a roll caught there by the halberd as a jump R2 comes out. Run R2 there to try, as a little bit of a mix to try and get the catch. As in good, the recovery on Shamshir is absolutely obscene as the standing R1 comes out. Looking at this, both players now chilling out. Good spacing here comes out now from the side of Pancakes as a panic roll comes out now from the side of Bean. Unusual. Looking here, we are going to see now, stuck in the corner against a Shamshir, as we are going to see the daggers. Oh, but unfortunately too early, and that is a jumping attack over the top. As Bean is going to get caught in a vortex, literally, rather than a figurative vortex. A windy vortex. As Bean now is very, very low. Beautiful pressure here as both players now, their tears are gone. They're crying sweet tears. As a bit of a desync roll comes out there. Roll out now comes out. As another running attack comes through. Good roll out now once more. Oh, managing to get clipped. Roll out. Good rolling. Coming out now from the side of Beans. There's another running attack. A good free aim there and kind of call out the mash. But Pancakes managing to be clipped there by the running. Death's door here for Pancakes. As we're seeing Bean play a very patient game here, not wanting to be caught by some shenanigans. Another rollout comes out. Look at this, the pre-spacing out. Look at that spacing, dude! Holy! Against Halberd, no less, as a running attack comes through. As we're seeing these pre-spaces now come out there from the side of Bean. Trying to win. Oh, but the off-axe comes through. As a double roll comes out now from the side of Beans. Another rollout comes out, an empty jump over the top of the baby jump, no less. As a jump over the top now once more. Another jumping attack. As a trade! As a Godskin Swaddling Cloth comes in. Crutch. Or clutch, not crutch. None of our players would crutch. It's Elden Ring after all. Looking here, a standing R1 comes out now from the side of Bean again from Kilo. The psychological victory here. Good rollout now comes out now from the side of Beans into the dagger. As that is going to be Beans moving on into the next round. A G. Jeez. Epic. Unreal. As we'll take a look at that. GG's both. Alright, how's the Total War tourney? Because there is a Total War tourney happening in Endicord today, hilariously enough. What is this tourney pace? What you mean? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know what you're trying to say here. Alright, it's going to be Oakbro versus Donut. I've been doing this for fucking years. Because I know that having longer sets would lead to a longer tournament, but... Okay. Bro. And then we have... Don't jinx it. Donut. Excellent. It actually fits. That's crazy. Alright. Who's the top seed? Okay, Bro is top seed. So, I have Okay, Bro. Pick. Okay, cool. Alright, so who do we have in world? We have Donut already in. And then we're just waiting now for... we're going to Dueling Square. Okay, cool. Dueling Square it is. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the best Elden Ring player of them all? I think in the last year, the most consistent player has probably been... Oh, I'm going to go out on a limb and say... I'm going to say... Probably Bron, but Space Ranger and Bevan aren't too far behind. I'm not sure, though. Alright. Oakbro is still technically on a 124. That's really funny, but I cannot be fucked. Alright, let's take a look at the builds. Who am I? Alright. We do have both of our players in. Looking at it here, the builds in question, as I just have to bring everything up to the fore. Looking at this here, wow, those are sure some builds. 34 end, 62 strength, 58 vigor. Donut rocking that 58 vigor, 39 endurance, 54 strength. Oakbro looks like he's going to be rocking the halberd, which is of course the play. Although a halberd is pretty damn good, and going for that high strength is definitely very, very pretty good. It's fine. He's just missed one of his stats on reallocation. I'm not holding up the tournament anymore for him. He can cope about it, he was told. If he doesn't fix it, that's on him. Alright, either way, both players are in. Let's go. As we are peering through the parapet. Bolt is out, and it does seem, never mind. Yeah, there we go. All is fixed. Cool. camera. Looking at here, we are going to see the mash coming through here on the side of Donut. Which, oh, there we go. Now I fixed it. There we go. Looking at it here, Donut has done some pretty substantial damage here. Oak managing to get the anti-air there with the halberd. Very nicely done. But the advantage still is in the favour of Oak Bro as of right now, as these charged R2 comes out. Probably a misclick. As now this is now evened out pretty substantially, as we are seeing some crazy damage. Oh, beautiful here as the spin slash comes out, managing to get the catch. Standing R1 comes out here as Oak Bro is going to go for that. The hatchet. As the jump R2 comes out. Good rollout now from the side of Donut. Managing to get the catch. Evening this one out to within 10 HP of each other. Good lord. As the off axe comes through, 73 HP to 355. Unfortunate. Thought he had the poise chip, but alas he didn't. If he didn't have the poise chip, if he had the poise chip, if he counted poise, that would have been okay, bro, in shambles. But alas, okay, bro takes the first stock. Alas but whole. Going for that running R2. Oof. Oof. The cheerleaders coming out in force here for OG Donut. That was just a bad poise count led to a defeat there. That's insane. You hate to see it. 283 on the board. Unfork. Ladies and gentlemen. Bolt is out. Match point for OK Bro so far. As we are going to see that CR1 coming out there. The charged running R2 is now in play. Which can do some absolutely nuclear damage. But beautiful pre-space out there from the side of Oak Bro. And again, a duck dive dodge, duck dive and weave. As a roll catch comes out there. As the CR1 comes out now from the side of Donut. None of these R2s are not landing. Tried to go for a backstab grab there, but unfortunately Oak Bro too strong. Donut not doing so hot here, getting chewed up. But look at that, evening it out. As that off axe comes in clutch, Donut's on 60 HP. And unfortunately Oak Bro takes the W. In a sweep. Good lord. 2-0. In the favor of Oak Bro. Is now we move on. On to the round 4. The first best of 5. Okay, bro. Okay. Let me just... Let me just message Oak. Alright, there we go. I'll let Oak know. Oakley dokely. Go next match. Go next match. Pick arena. Yoss. Okay, cool beans. First of the best of 5s. So let me just get everything fixed up here. Round 4. Yeah, there it is. First of 3. There we go. We have everything fixed now. We're back on track. First best of 5, by the way. Alright, cool. Alright, that's everything set up. We're going back to the snowy arena once more for the highlight message Space Ranger. Snowy Outpost. Cool. Neat. Cool beans. Space Ranger. Cool beans. Nice, we did it. Yoss is in the house. Cool, just waiting for space now to get into position. All right. But yeah, Crowned, the tournaments when they're done properly, generally speaking, don't run forever outside of like technical issues. Like that's just the nature of the beast. I'm happy to help anyone who's having troubles, but they need to ask. I'm not going to tell them their business afterwards. Alright, either way, we do have both of our players in and ready to go. Take a quick peek at the builds. Enjoy them. Look at them, how cool they are. They're epic, as they're both ready. PSTS versus the Space Ranger Special today. 50-50, 10 decks on the side of Space. 43-53, 13 on the side of Yoss, the boss. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's crack on in 3, 2, 1 for our first best of 5, round 4. Top 4 of the winner's bracket currently going on as we are seeing Yoss play very patiently, getting a nice little bit of damage right off the bat. As we do see the poise reset come out now from space with the kick. Beautiful stuff as Yoss is taking a little bit of damage. As another poise reset. But look at that, Yoss finally managing to get it in. The kicks to reset the poise are pretty evil as space is taking a lot of damage. You see the punish there with the run R2 coming out now. Poise reset here is absolutely devious here from the side of Space Ranger. As we do see a bit of poise. And the poise reset again from space! Absolutely disgusting plays here. As a run L1 comes out now from the side of Yoss. Who's taken now his fair share of damage. Oh, it goes for the follow-up, goes for the whole chain! As run R2 comes out, both tiers now procced. Life advantage now in the favor of Yossera. Very much in the favor of Yossera, but not anymore. Oh, the full chain again. But the dagger! And that's going to be Yoss taking the first stock! Oh my god, Yoss! The boss is the first man to take down Space Ranger in this tournament so far. Despite his poise chip. Good God. Dear, sweet, baby Jesus, Christ on a bike, Mary on the handlebars, and Joseph pushing the pram, and the mash. Good God. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2 of Wave 4. And on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, LA. If you had told us years ago that 2 stock. Oh my god, the whole chain connects! Bar one attack! And the strafe comes out. The poised chip is real. As Space Ranger's taking a crazy amount of damage. The full chain comes out now once more. We do see the poised chip coming out. Are we going to see the swap over to Sham? Running attack from Kilo. Wave dash is now in neutral. Waiting for that poise reset. Unfortunately, miscounting as that's going to be the tier gone. Yoss electing not to go for the mash. Uh-oh. Run attack. Poise chipped. This is dangerous for Yoss. He's getting chipped down. As the rollout now comes out. Yoss still has tier. Yoss needs to pressure. Otherwise that tier is going to run out. Good rollout now comes out now from the side of Yoss. As the second bit into the R2. Into the kickflip again. Turning this around now. The backswing connects. The backstab grab is tragic. Into the chain once more. The running L1 comes out now to try and get that poise chip. Beautiful strafe there from the side of Space Ranger. 100 HP. No, Yoss! The chosen one taken down. Is that a Space Ranger narrowly taking another win? Good lord. Beautiful stuff. As that's going to be Space Ranger evening this one out. What a match. Good God. Let me just check up on everything. Sorry for OX Nerd. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. What are these rounds, chat? What are these rounds? Good lord. 1-1 on the scorecard. Both players are ready. And on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Allez. Bolt out. Space rocking the Shamshir to start off with. Poise chip is in play. Good rollouts now coming out now from the side of Yoss. The roll discipline is absolutely outrageous. As poise chip is now on the cards again. Guaranteeing that poise break. Oh, beautiful whiff punish there. The tracking, unfortunately. Another bit of poise chip there on the cards, but Space Ranger resetting through to Kilo. Probably going to go for a kick now in a second, but actually no. Good roll-ins there against the shenanigans. We'll play. No, and there's the poise reset. A running attack there has. As a run R2 comes out. Getting another little bit of a clip in there is the side of Yoss. Getting another bit of poise chip there as we do see the CR1s coming out. Another little bit of damage on the board, but Yoss is dangerously low. Got the read to go for the Beast Claw, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. And the dagger called him out. Yoss down. Space Ranger looking very confident now in the matchup. As it's Space Ranger 2 on match point. Yoss still on 1. Can he even it out though? Does Yoss have that fire in his belly to stand up to highlight message Space Ranger? Some really good poise counting coming out now from Space. And look at that, the read. But in fact, it was the dagger mash. Good showing. Alright, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, I'll lay match point for Space Ranger. Yoss, still in it. But hanging on by a thread. Good, some early damage now to count us in. As a little bit of mash comes through here. Yoss with the life advantage. But unfortunately... Oh, just about not able to make it. As Yoss elects for the go for the mash again. But unfortunately not guaranteeing that poise break is going to be tough. Tear now gone for both players. Oh, the free aim over the top. But the dagger mash. Space Ranger now has all of the balls in his court. But unfortunately, Yoss not able to do it. The boss in shambles. Yeah, the way that it works, Black Sheep, is actually pretty simple. You get Poise Chip with a backswing on Shamshir, and then it just sets them up for, like, being poise caught the entire tournament. It's actually pretty genius. Yeah, unfortunately, just the free aim. If the free aim had got there, this would have been a very different match. You backswing. You backswing with the Sham, and then you have guaranteed poise break, and you can just catch people in an infinite poise chip loop the whole way. Absolutely outrageous. It's pretty disgusting. I love poise chip setups for stuff like this, though. Really, really nice stuff. It's pretty neat. You start with Sham, get the second, and then that's Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. 3-1 in the favor of Space Ranger. Alright, now it's going to be Mr. Beans versus Oak Bro. I'd say this is going to be a low lat match, but they both are UK, so it's going to be 50 gazillion ping to each other. Cool. Alright, that's both players set up. Let me just ping the players. I think it's Bean is top seed there. Yep. Bean, Mr. Bean. Yeah, the top 4 winners bracket is looking more or less how I imagined it. Pretty much. Right, let me just ping the players real quick. Alright, at. Okay, bro. At Bean. And okay, bro. There we go. For someone who hasn't played in a while, you've basically come top 4 in, like, winner's bracket, and you still have, like, losers ahead of you. Like, you'll be top 6 in a second. Like, this is pretty outrageous. Alright, just waiting for Bean to decide the map. Lake. Okay, we're going Lake. Alright. Cool. Neat. Okay. Now, did Okay Bro actually fix his build? Or is he still a stat down? He did it! I don't be fucking leave it. Insane. S. Bean. Alright. Let's take a quick peek at the builds then. Alright, we have Beans. Oh, I just have to bring all of my stuff up. Bean! Best of 5, remember. BO5, remember. Alright, cool beans. Shamshir on the side of Mr. Bean. Rowan Atkinson rocking that 64 strength, 32 endurance, and 60 vigor. Oak Bro rocking that 58 vigor, 35 endurance, 63 strength. Magnificent. Alright, both of our players are in and look like they're going to be ready to go. Let's crack on. Ladies and gents. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Allez! Bolt is out. Dagger's out. Running attack now is coming in here. As we are going to see Bean just pressure the ever-loving bejesus out of Oak. Good lord. Good rollout now once more. As we do see now the Thunderbolt of Lightning. Very, very frightening me versus the Magic Grease from the side of Oak. Stutterstead, nice stutter stepping coming in here as a standing R1 comes out now to try and get those catches. Standing R1 into a backswing, into the turnaways there, and realizing he's not going to get that third swing, just elects to instead go around it as the off axe comes in clutch here into that jump over the top. 1600 to 1400 in the favor of Oak Bro still. Good rollout now from the side of Bean as the backswing comes in here. Good running attack comes in now once more. Oak goes for that off-axe swing, but it's not to be. Running attack comes through there, but unfortunately not to be, as we do see an empty jump come out now on the side of Bean. But look at that mash there that comes out from Oak Bro. As Bean is now stuck on the corner and goes for a jump out. As he manages to get out of the corner, Mayweathering his way to freedom. Oh, but that's going to be the tier gone. The stutter steps coming out now from Oak Bro, trying to guarantee that priority. As the off-axe just goes to town. But Bean's not out of it yet. As he goes for that beautiful little bit of spacing there as he swaps over onto the red feather. And the off-axe, though, comes in to give him an old thwack in the back of the head. Good night, sweet prince, as that is going to be the first stock in the favor of Oak Bro. We transition back over. How's the Total War tourney going? Okay, they're arguing with Prime over stupid shit, as you do. Alright, cool. Let me update the score. It was going to be Oak Bro taking the first stock. Cool beans. Alright, transition away from that, whatever. Alright! Both players in. Ladies and gents, on a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Allez! Glug, 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 glug. Get some drinkies in. And looking here, we are going to see that running attack right in off the bat there. An empty jump there from the side of Oak Bro. Bean trying to get these catches in, but unfortunately, no dice. And a beautiful backstab pressure comes in there from the side of Bean. Running attack there is going to go astray, but unfortunately we are going to see Oak Bro move in there. The trades going left and right. Oh, 3 daggers for the price of 1. Beautiful stuff, as we are going to see now. Standing R1 coming in here. Good running attack comes out now from the side of Bean, but alas, it's not to be, as we just see the rollouts now. And the backstep. The nerves of steel on Bean. Trying to go for that psychological victory here. Crazy stuff. As we do see the rollout now come out. Looking here, we do see the tier gone now from Oak Bro. Oak now is heavily incentivized now to try and wait out the tier, but looking at this here, the tier is procced. Jump over the top. 200 HP. Bean in the lead. Fairly substantially, but we do see that swap over to the red feather. Uh-oh. Running attack there, trying to free aim it. Oh, the backswing into the heavy roll! Bean on the scorecard in a 1-1 as he wiggles away into freedom. What a legend. What a legend. 1-1. Tying us up. Unload that sham interrupts. That makes sense. Is that the... Hang on a second, chat. How's my hair? How's my hair, chat? Is that the real assassin in chat right now? That's crazy. Fuck. Insane. Hi, assassin. Hope you're having a good day, bro. Alright, we have both of our players in and ready to go. Standing in their corners. Austere. And ladies and gents. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Alley! Bolt out. Physics drunk. Dagger. What? What's the... Okay, bro. Okay, alright. Ladies and gents. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Okay, bro. Okay. Okay. Alright, there we go. Looking at this here, we are going to see standing R1s. Looking at this here, we do see this L1's coming out now on the side of Oak, bro. Bush! It's cleaving time as a jump! He jumps, he leaps, he bounds! Is the side of Bean. Evening this one out fairly substantially as we do see the freeing away there from the side of Bean. But the hatchet, going stone hatchet mad here is the side of okay, bro. Aiming away there. Having to play this one a little bit more carefully. Running attack there comes out now. Into another double roll there from the side of Bean. Had an opportunity there to go for a backswing, but actually played it safe. As okay, bro manages to Mayweather his way out of the wall there now once more. Running attack now once more into the backswing. Not going to last, as we are going to see now the setup for the Stormcaller. Good rollouts now come out now from the side of Bean. Too far away. Bean here is winning neutral with that Blessed Dew talisman. As we do see the crouch attack there into an interrupt. Beautiful stuff. Bean now is quite low, but so is Oak, bro. As that's going to be the tier now gone. Bean heavily encouraged to wait out the tier. As we see the duck dive, dodge, and weave from the side of Beans. Beans electing to, instead of flowing like water, is going to flow like the best can of Heinz beans known to man. Looking at the running attack there comes out now once more. Very, very aggressive showing here from the side of Bean, who's content now to let the tier run out. But no, alas! He is going to get the proc. Just mistimed it just a little bit as the jump R2 comes out in the halberd. Still has some fairly substantial life advantage here, as that is now evened up to within 200 HP. Thereabouts. Looking at this Oak, bro, now chilling like a villain. Goes for a running attack now once again. Here's the side of Beam, but it's not to hit. Alas! 'Twas not fated to be! As we see now, beautiful spacing now from both players. Another running attack now, resetting into neutral. We do see Oak, bro. Beautiful strafe! Look at that! Gee willikers, mister! I wish I could do that. Electing not to go for the backswing, but the knives are out from both of them. Both sides within 50 HP of each other. Has to be careful here as the knives are out. Bean not wanting to let this little upstart take it. Good showing there as the Hoarfrost Stomp comes out now. Neck and neck. Both sides on dagger. The stars are out. Look away, there's stars in your eyes. And the dagger once more. Mr. Bean. Rowan Atkinson himself moving on. Taking the point. And having match point now. Good lord. Down to the wire. What does Assassin love? It's one more. Yeah, it is one more to go. First to 3. Yep. I know. I corrected myself. Match point. For Mr. Beans. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have both of our players in and ready to go. And on a 3. And a 2 and a 1. LA. Bolt out. Match point for Bean. Can Okbro even this out? Standing R1 here. Okbro going stone hatchet mad here. Oh, I'm getting that interrupt. Beautiful as the tier is gone. Okbro just running away with this match here. Goes to the rollout there. The off-axe coming in clutch. Going for that whiff punish. Experience. The whiff punish coming in. Turns away. Tries to get the catch there. Oh, and the trade. Into the jump over the top. 1200 HP to 335. Into a jump over the top again. Tries to go for a second, but he's going to be caught with the CR1. Uh-oh. Into another trade. 75 HP to 625. And that's going to be Okbro, even in this one out. Good lord. Blink and you'll miss it. Sweet baby jeebas. Match point. This could go either way. This could actually go either way. I don't know how this one's going to pan out. The trades. Jesus. And the bang swing as hair. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. Match point. For the round 4. Best of 5. Both players 2-2. Bean in blue. Okbro in red. And a 3-2-1. LA. Knives to start out with. Trying to keep Okbro on his toes. The adrenaline isn't pumping on both of these players now. I don't know when it ever will. Good rollout now from Bean. Electing to take this one nice and slow. As he's going to be roll caught. Back swing into a trade. Nicely done there, as we are going to see both of our players now play this one nice and slow. Standing R1 there just to catch. Back swing! Bean's still far behind here. Jump R1 over the top there. Just about tried to outspace it there. But alas, it's not to be. Bean's taking a lot of damage here into the standing R1. Doesn't connect. Uh-oh. Into a no trade. Got the interrupt there is the side of Bean. Trying to force those pivots as well so he gets the random poise events. The standing R1 comes out. Good rollout now. Comes out now from the side of Bean. Trying to go for that bit of pressure here. Into a trade. Unfortunately, Bean cannot afford to take those trades. Okbro still not on Blessed Do. Into the mash. Tier is now gone. The mash into the aggression is absolutely brutal. Good lord. Stutter steps from Kilo. Oh, but the off-axe comes in clutch. Bean now can play this very patiently. Force the tier timer out. Had an opportunity. And the backswing is through. We're in tier skip territory here, folks. 478, but look at that! Into the backstab! He gets the tier skip! Oh my good God! Bean! You monster! What? No. 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 There ain't no way. He beamed. He outbeamed everyone. Good God. I need to see that again. I'm sorry. I need a moment. Alright. Alright. Okay. What a match. Okay, that's the highlight, folks. There's your highlight. You wanted it, you got it. Was it engaged before both tiers ran out? Yup. You're the only one who's playing around the tier right in this tournament so far, Space. You remember. You remember. Just give it to... I'm going to do a quick break. Okay, so we're going to take just a very quick break, folks. I just need some water, need the restroom. And then we're going to crack on with the rest of the tournament. We'll do the winners finals next. And then we'll crack on and we'll see what's left in the losers bracket. Alright, I'm going to talk to you all in like 2 minutes. Bean was on Blue and Dew? No! Was he? Oh, he was. Oh, no! Bean! Oak Bro won. You silly goose. GG's. Craziest plot twist ever. Getting that match and winning it the way he did. Insane. Alright, I have to change that score now. 3-2. Me win rules. It's just the nature of it. Doesn't matter if it matters or not. You just can't have it on. Read rules. Yep. Rules are rules. GG's. Alright, cool beans. I'm going to go on my break now for a second. What I miss? Bean had blue and blue feather on. Band. So, I've made my ruling. This is for way longer than a second. This is for way longer than a second. This is for an entire match. Ruling has been done. If rules were in... Alright, I'm going to go on my break. I'll be back in a second. Alright, chat to you in a bit, folks. Alright. Welcome back, everyone. We're just getting some shit set up. I think I have everything set up now. So how are we all doing? Are we enjoying ourselves? Are we having a grand old time, ladies and gentlemen? Because I know I am. We've had highs, we've had lows. This is so fun. Oh, I still think... What was the funniest? I think the first chain tourney was really fun, but I was so stressed out trying to get used to Seamless. Is it on, it has to be on Den 1 with all the bells and whistles and stuff. Unfortunately we don't have access to the other stuff just yet on Den 2. Not yet. Someday, trust. Has been going good. We had one mess up, but which spoiled a otherwise fucking amazing round. Shit happens though, we crack on. Nah, I think Den 1 might be better for tourneys. Hype moments and aura farming? True. Okay, we're going to Snowy, by the way. Let me just get everything set up. Let me get this set up. Gee. Space is really smitten with Snowy today. Cool. Alright. So still best of 5 here for the semis. Elbow 5. Okay. Cool beans. I think we have both of our players in world. Let me just make sure that everything is working correctly. I have a massive, an oversized cup of coffee in front of me, and it is badly needed. Good Lord. Alright, let's just take a quick peek at the builds then to get a taste of what's in front of us. There we go. Alright, so we have Oak Brawl, Rockin, that 58 Vigor, 35 Endurance, 63 Strength, 59 Vigor, 50 Endurance, 50 Strength. The dreaded 50-50 build on the side of Space Ranger. On his very funny build. I'm really enjoying this. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have both of our players in, ready to go. He's not swapping off of the talismans, hilariously enough. As it's going to be a 3, 2, 1, allay. It's nice to finally see something like this actually get some play in, though. That's one of the things I'm most pleased about. Backswing attempt there from the side of Oak Bro. As we are going to see Space Ranger press with impunity. Another standing R1 here. Good rollout now from Space once more. Goes for another running attack there, but a beautiful axe to the face for his troubles. As we're seeing some good stutter steps coming out here. Good roll discipline coming out now from the side of Space Ranger. Goes for a running attack. Jump over the top, managing to catch it. Beautiful. As we do see now that swap over into that guaranteed poise break. Into the kick flip out. Space is just ducking, diving, dodging, and weaving through everything. But a nice whiff punish there from the side of Oak Bro, who is going to force a double roll coming out of the side of Space. Space now has all the advantages. Look at that, immediately recognizing is the poise break into the dagger mash. As we do see Space now reset into a neutral. Into the slap across the face. Oof. Beautiful stuff. GG's, GG's to Space Ranger. Nice. That is... Huh? What? Okay. Interesting. Did I pick the wrong one? No, we did. We apparently didn't do that. Interesting. Anyway, whatever. Moving swiftly along, that's going to be the first round to highlight message Space Ranger. Looking to get that guaranteed prize pool shenanigans in. As we have round 2. 3, 2, 1, allez! Here we throw out some daggers to start us off. Oh, beautiful interrupt there comes out now from the side of Oakbro, who is going to be trying to catch space, but unfortunately is going to be interrupted from his running attack. What on earth is going on? Oakbro, oh no rune arc. Sucks to suck. As we see the poison mist come out in the sham. Alright, there we go. It's only 600 HP. Why did you reset? Oh. You can't reset mid-match. Oh. You're around space unless you want to reset. Let me just catch up with Space Ranger. It's Space's round if he wants a reset. No, I'm taking W. Good. Okay, cool. Cool. So cool. And now resetting mid-set isn't allowed. If you go in without rune arc, then you gotta live with it. Man, you gotta live with it. Okay, cool beans. Let me just mark that score real quick. 2 to space. Good man. Alright, ladies and gents, on a 3, 2, 1. Yep, exactly. Cool beans. Alright. Exactly. He could have very easily asked for a reset instead, but he chose to stay silent, so. Oh, nice. Getting in for that. The kickflip comes out at the end of it, though. Beautiful, goes for that jump in over the top. Oprah on the serious amount of pressure here. Oh, beautiful. The mash comes through here. As the jump R2 comes out. Catching there. And in it goes. GG's. Alright, GG space. GG space. Alright. Clean. Very clean. Alright. Let's grab that last match and have it up on screen. Space is still by far one of the most consistent EU players that's currently doing tournaments. Alright. Space has been in there since, like, arguably the exact same, since the very first FOC. We showed it on stream not so long ago. Okay, that's Space Ranger taking it in a 3-0 sweep. Alright, Space Ranger moving on. Alright, so, we have a little bit of a lull. What's Bron doing? Let's take a peek at Bron for the losers bracket. There you go.
Play the first fight a little better, and the second one you needed to just fuck off and let his tear run out.
What's Bron? What's Bron molding at?
You're going to fight whoever wins this, but I think it will be on a winner's bracket. I need to ask Kenda.
H. Let me just
Oh,
send
never
him
mind. There's still one more after this.
H. What's Bron doing? Just finished. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Yo, what's up, Kenda?
Yep, sounds good. Okay. Alright, sorry now. Will it be Bean versus
your
Oprah?
next one is gonna be on mainstream, okay, bro.
Okay, so who's up next? So it looks like it's gonna be Yoss versus Donut. Yoss versus Donut is currently ongoing, so it's gonna be Bean versus Okay Bro again. The fucking grudge match. Or whoever's Bean. Well, depending on who wins versus Yoss.
It was like 2 people.
Bean. There we go.
Come on, give me the flower.
My Bron the Goat not playing? He's chilling. He's vibing. I think he's kind of sick of playing in tournaments, so he's looking to kind of cast and do stuff.
I remember playing against Lithium and I was molding because he was just rolling into me. And it's a really meshy fight.
Alright. So that round is... I don't know what the score is.
Wins the mesh up.
Good man, Tomatoes Perkle. Perkle the percolator. Yeah, no worries. Alright, so... Cool. By the way, it seemed lower to Oak than Bean. I wonder because I could mash after his offset. Because I could mash? Interesting. Alright, cool. Alright, what was the best match that you had so far, lads? What was the best match outside of the fucking horrific rule break thing? Alright, I think no matter what, it's going to be Bean who'll pick map. Now that I just check on everything. Sorry, I have to get a bunch of things like set up and sorted now to figure out how I'm going to do this. Yeah, it's Bean versus either Yoss or Donut. And what did I write in terms of, I think this one is going to be semis, finals, reset until the semi-finals, then it's a best of 5. Yeah, so that'll be losers 7. So the third place match will be, so this next one is a best of 3. So let me fix all of this shit. L3. L3. Oh, Lamau. Let me get all my nonsense set up. While we just wait for this next round to finish up. First 2. Bean's got enough lat that he can roll with the poise chip. I don't know, I have a good connection to Bean, but then again, we're like practically fucking neighbors, so that's more or less how that works. Yeah, sorry, this is always the downside to having losers bracket. Sometimes we just have to play a little bit of catch up. Maybe if I hadn't taken the break, we'd have been able to just run straight through it, but yeah. Yoss already won versus Donut. Did he actually win? Alright. No, I'm just going to... What's the score?
Of the fights are gonna be on in this stream. Thanks everyone that stopped by. We had some pretty good fights here. These were really good.
Show losers bracket? It's just ended.
Send you all over there.
Alright, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not following, we're on real Brondigoat. If you're not already following him, please do. It's some of the most entertaining Elden Ring streams known to fucking man. And not because he mauls. It's the really classy, chilled out vibes with the absolutely exceptional classical music playlist to get into the spirit of the game. The sportsmanship, truly unheard of. It's beautiful. It really is something special. Really is. What he's able to do. So let me just check in with our players. Who do we have in this match? Let me just double check now who's in the house. Hi, Bron. I was not just talking serious shit about you. But his streams are really entertaining. So do yourselves a favor and do watch those. Alright. What is the diagnosis, Doc? Whoa, OG match. Okay. So let me check the bracket. This is Bean versus Yoss. Yoss the boss. Can you shit talk Bron? He shit talk me? No, Atlas, you're a laggard. You just do nothing but run away. I'm sorry. And Bean chooses map. Choose map. Can't fool the people. Yo! Yes, like, he wants to go lake again. Cool beans. Evil and alright, cool. Line. There we go. Ban Beast Claws. This is literally my last tournament for the foreseeable. So if you want to, then go for it. So that's not my problem now, guys. Lamau. Look at them. Look at them scamper forward. They're so excited. Yes, they're Bean. Alright, let's take a peek at the builds. Become acquainted with the homies. Alright, we have Yoss in Solitude Lionels. Rocking that 43 end. 53 strength. 60 vigor. Beans. 60, 32. 64, 13. Sham versus BSTS. Alright. Folks, it is time for a legendary matchup. And on a 3, on a 2, and a 1 as they skitter, rearing to go. And this First two, as we see a running L1 coming out there. Bean going for that running attack. Good strafe attempt there from Yoss. Recognizing, though, that he has to be careful. As we are going to see Yoss take a little bit of damage. Oh my god, he caught him with the rest of it! Shouldn't this be bow 5? What did I write? Let's just double check here real quick while this first match is going on. Losers bracket about tennis. Oh yeah, it is a. You are correct. It is a bow 5. It is semi-finals. I got lost in the sauce. All right. 3. There we go. Whew. Only banned two-handed. Correction. Correction. Semi-sub 5. Alright, cool beans, as we are going to see those backswings coming through here. Yoss, the boss, still very much in it, taking a lot of damage though, as Bean still has his tier. And not for very much longer though, by the looks of things, as the self-proc has gone through. Empty jump over the top now, going for a roll back now, 300 HP. As Bean has taken a little bit of damage. Good roll out there from the side of Yoss, who goes to the follow-up, but unfortunately is going to eat some damage for his troubles. As an empty jump comes out there over the top, as the Flame of the Red Mains comes out, almost managing to clip Yoss. As the red feather is on. No, you jump, bro. No, you jump, bro. No, you jump, bro. Skittering forward. The Skitters looking for their opportunity to get in. They jump over the top. Into a jump over the top again. Yes! And he is clipped and shipped. No. The boss takes the W. His Bean. Bean wins. 1. Any scuttlers? That should be Mod Crab's thing, really, the scuttling. He is our certified crab. And unfortunately he couldn't be here today. That would have been nice to have Maud here. I need to catch that last interaction again. I need it in my life. I need to witness. Bear witness. He almost got him a second. I'm sorry. Alright. Boys and girls. Ladies, gents. NBs and others. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. LA. Alright, there we go. We are going to see the running L1 finally getting that little bit of poise chip in. Right off the bat, the dagger is out there just to guarantee a little bit more. Unfortunately, the startup lag just being a bit too much. As he steals back that prio. As we do see. Look at that damage, though! Jump over the top. Bean holding his own. Flame of the Red Mains actually managing to get the hit! Look at that damage. Yoss still with the tier. Bean has to play this one so carefully. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. As the scuttling continues. Run L1 is going to reset his poise. Beautiful whiff punish comes through though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Going for that run R2. Into a trade again. Into another trade. Back swings. into a victory for Beans. I've said this before, and this might sound weird. PSTS reminds me an awful lot of Freed Scythe in that there's a very specific window for you to get the interrupt. That if you don't, you're just going to eat a lot of damage and be laughed at. Second place gets, I think it's 20, I think it's 50, 25, or 50, 30, 20 is the breakup. No, Yoss, it's best of 5 at Yoss. It's semis. You get another shot. Shot, not shit. Hang on. Mashing that window hurts my soul. I should have named losers like I did winners, my bad. Yeah, our trust, the reverse sweep is incoming. It could very well be. So, Beans. Playing on strength is not the play here. Alright, we're just waiting on Yoss to get back in. What have you posted, Branda? Damn, I need to open up Twitch tab here. Give me just a moment. Let me observe. Let me observe with my eyes. What is this saucy ace tech? Alright, there we go. Alright. Is it? No, you technically speaking aren't allowed to do it. Technically. Alright, boys and girls. We have our players. They are ready to go. On a 3. On a 2 and a 1. LA, what could be last round. Or the reverse sweep is in our future. There we go, running L1 comes out now to try and get that. And L1 actually connects. But unfortunately, seems he reset Bean's poise. Poise counting hard. Has been resets down to neutral. Oh, managing to get that 9 frame, 105 poise damage hit. Oh, as Bean is going to eat a metric shit ton of damage. Force the roll back now once again. Yoss, the boss, is still very much in control of this round. Oh no, he walks into the last bit! Bean, no! Oh no, he walks into it! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 1-2. Who does that movement? Mind control. Alright. 1-2. Still in the favor of Bean. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3. On a 2. On a 1. LA. And there we go. Looking at this here, we are going to see the daggers out now once again. Yoss is going to go for that press. As the Mashium into the full chain. Uh-oh. Yoss now is taking some damage as the jump R2 comes out over the top, not able to land. There's a beautiful whiff punish comes in there. Nice attempt to strafe. Both players are now very, very even. Although no, Yoss still has a tier. As the backstab pressure comes in here. Good rollouts now from the side of Bean. Oh, good, beautiful punish. Bean is not out of it yet. Jump R2 over the top into another jump R2. He's chaining them. As we reset now into neutral, both sides looking for an opportunity as the mash continues. Bean, we have woken the sleeping dragon. We do see the poise chip now. As the CL1s are going to come out now from the side of Yoss. And look at that, just so they will. Dangerous there. Going for the run attack, but Bean reckons he has this one in the bag. Still winning neutral. But he has been poise broken and has taken that follow-up. Oh, the follow-up backswing there. 535 HP to 149. Beautiful free aim comes out there from the side of Yoss. Almost managing to get the backswing and Bean! Takes the W. Yoss, unfortunately there will be no Bruce Springsteen playing as Yoss the boss has been knocked out. GG's. And Bean stands awaiting his next opponent. Stay on map. I'm so happy Yoss decided to spot by. Yoss, it was an absolute pleasure having you in. And now it's going to be OK Bro versus Bean to face against Highlight Message Space Ranger. A grudge match! To end all grudge maps in matches. Battle for ownership of Manchester. That's cool. Alright. Cool. Let's take a peek at the builds, shall we? Shall we? Looking at this here, we have that 35 end, 63 strength, Hall Axe. That 13 dexterity and 58 vigor on the side of Oak Bro. Bean! On the 60 vigor, 32 end, 64 strength. Pretty much mirrors of each other. Will Bean. Everyone here is guaranteed prize money. So OK Bro doesn't have to beg his parents for Fortnite skins. But ladies and gentlemen, bronze match. As I very quickly set it to the right thing. Bronze. And it is going to remain a best of 5. Best of 5, BO5, GL both. Alright, cool beans. Both of our players are in. We are ready. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Allez. Maybe it was Bean expecting what was going to happen that caught Oak Bro. As we do see the first hit. Bean is taking a little bit of damage here. The backstab grab. Beautiful pre-spacing out there as well. Jump R1 over the top now once more. Beautiful. The lat here is immaculate. And I don't believe it's optimal backswing lat here. Running R1 comes out there. Great patience comes out from Oakbro. Running R1 comes out now again. Into a trade. Into that beautiful little interaction there. Okay, bro, falling behind ever so slightly. Into a run R2 to follow up. Beautiful plays here. As we see the standing R1s coming out. The pivot! As Bean now has taken a lot of damage from that interaction. Running R1 there, tries to go for the follow-up R1, but unfortunately it's not to be. Running R1 comes out not to connect, goes for the follow-up backswing, but alas, it's too far away. Bean is winning neutral here, just by virtue of having that Blessed Dew on, but he is going to eat a little bit more damage for his troubles. Standing R1s come out. Oh no! The butt scratch tech! As Bean is stuck. Goes for that run R1 and he gets it! Into a hatchet to the face. That's going to be Oakbro taking the stock. Jesus. Did he run out of grease? I'm not sure. And that was a very confident round from the side of Beans. Good lord, there's a moral in this story, folks. Check your greases. Owie. Alright, cool beans. Either way, we have both of our players in. On a 3. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Allez! Goes to that CR1 there on the Shamshir. Goes for another running attack, but unfortunately that off-axe is just going to greet him. Good morning. Wakey wakey. Nothing says good evening like a hatchet to the face. Real and true. As a jump R2 comes out, but Oakbro is ready there with the backstab pressure. As we're going to see now, both players pretty much neck and neck. Oh, beautiful spacing there from Oakbro. As the turnaways come out now from the side of Bean. Oh, managing to get the catch there. 1400 to 1600. Backswing. Good turnaways there coming out now from the side of Bean. Both sides pretty much neck and neck. As the trade comes out, does seem as though Oakbro wins that said trade. Especially with the true combo to follow. Turning around there for the backswing. Skedaddling, managing to get that catch. On the backswing again. Can both sides have backswing heavy backswing centric setups here? Neither side really wants to be put in the corner. The strafe into a nice roll away there as well. Bean trying to go for that backswing now once more. Into the catch. Tier is now gone. They're even, because we should be getting towards tier run out time shortly. Oakbro would be best off just not engaging with that. Jump attack over the top there, not able to land. Uh-oh. Being desperately trying to see if he can self-proc here. And that's the tier gone. And now life advantage in the favour of Beans. But But ever so slightly. Oh no, the tier isn't gone. Oh no, it is! Backswing, desync, yeah, never mind. The dagger is out. He's done it again. He's done it again. He's actually done it again. We'll play it out. Oh my lord. What's he doing? Poor Bean. It didn't matter, Bean. Doing feather again, sir. Oh my lord. Two. Oh. It's reverse sweep though, he's planned this. Bean. I swear to God if he does it again. Ah! He's sandbagging with the rule break? Maybe. Alright. Alright. Ladies and gents. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. LA. Oh my god. Swaddle, yeah, the swaddling cloth is allowed. That's no problem. Okay, bro. Slightly ahead. Opro's very slightly ahead. And now I think Bean waits out the tier. I think that's what Bean does. Or swaps to red feather and throws into a jump over the top there. Both sides relatively even here. Bean not wanting to risk a jump into that ice spear. God, remember when ice spear was good? Into a trade. 73 HP. Got caught in his model there. Uh-oh. Opro has this by the looks of things. Okay, he did it. He got it right. Opro just needs one trade. And so he will have it. And a 3-0 sweep. For Oakbro. GG's. Never eating beans again. The Bean fan club in shambles right now. There we go. Bronze will be taken by Bean. And now it will be Okay Bro versus Space Ranger. Space Ranger. Space. S. There we go. Yes, sir. Alright, back to Snowy for another day. Seems to be Space Ranger's favorite map. G. Alright, grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen. Our best of 7, first to 4. And then a bracket reset of first to 3. Did OK Bro just fall off the ledge? Revel Knight with solo, true. On God. Alright, let's, as we always do, start off with a quick peek at our builds. Looks like everyone is rocking more or less the same stuff as they usually do. Okay, bro, at 0, not at 3. No, we're... There we go. Now it's saved. Nice. Excellent. The legend is over, but the hate watch begins. 1-0 to space. True. Alright, everyone's pretty much rocking the same stuff as they were before. So, we won't dwell on it too much. It's Darcy Tech, I think. Do not. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand finals. Space versus OK Bro. The cream of the crop has risen up. And now, this is where the fun begins. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, 2, 1, allez! Runark. As we are going to see Space now go to town here. The backswing has gone in, and now we see the immediate toggle over. Empty jump over the top there now from the side of Space, who's now going to be setting up for those running attacks now to try and guarantee that poise break, as we do see some beautiful roll discipline coming out now from the side of Space, who's going to go for those running attacks there to try and get it in. Almost managing to get that catch there, but he's going to eat a hatchet to the face for his troubles, as we see the stutter steps coming out now. Oak Bro chilling out here in neutral. Empty jump out with the side now from Space Ranger, as we do see now both sides. The kick! Stealing the tech! The dagger comes in. And the dagger... Oak Bro still quite far behind here. Empty jump over the top. And we are going to see that swap over to Shamshir now that the poise has been reset. Try to go for that standing R1. And the poison mist is out. Into that hit. The tear is gone. Space Ranger not too far behind. I can't tell if he still has tear up. Uh-oh. Empty jump over the top now. Going for that backswing attempt to try and guarantee that that's a poise break. Tough. It's up to him. If you stand in the corner, you better be ready. As we are going to see that jump over the top now once more. Standing R1 comes up. As that is going to be both sides even Steven. Poison mist is out. Into a jump attack. Not going to land though. Empty jump over the top there once more. Into the Stormcaller! And Oak Bro takes the stock. 1-0 in the favor of OK Bro. Oh my god. It begins. And someone, Amelia, how's it going? All is good. Welcome in. We're seeing some massive lock-in coming. I would imagine so. Jesus. What a way to finish it. As we now have both of our players in and ready to go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The lance is out. ladies and gentlemen. And on a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Allez, Bolt is out and I need to take care of a bot in YouTube chat. There we go. Confirm, that'll do it. Alright, there we go. And the jump over the top now as the thrusting sword is out now for Oakbro. As we do see the thrusting sword in and counter pick comes out. As we do see now, the swap over to Shamshir. We're going to see the counter swap back over to Halberd once again. Over to Fist from the side of Space Ranger. As we swap back over to Shamshir again. Look at this here, the duck and dive and dodge and weaving. Tries to go for that whiff punish, gets the interrupt. Tries to go for that roll catch, but Space Ranger's going to be caught in a little bit of damage. Okay, bro, still has a life deficit here. As the Fist R2 comes out. Divine Beast Stomp is out. Both tiers now gone. Both players pretty much even Steven here. Tries to go for that catch at jump R1. Really good read there. Comes out from the side of Space Ranger. The off hatchet comes out now again. Oakbro going for that standing R1. No, he catches him! Uh-oh. And the trade to finish it out. Good God. Space Ranger. Down 2-0. In this finals match. No, it's a first to 4 for the finals, for the first part of finals. And bracket reset going to be best of 5. Personally, I would have liked both of them to be best of 7s, but player after player feedback, they wanted it to be best of 5. Oof. Good Lord. Alright. A big day for the Adderall infused. A big day, folks. Alright. Space in red. Okay, bro. In the lead in 2 with 2. 2 points. On a 3. On a 2. On a 1. Allez. And there we have it. We are going to see the Thunderbolt of Lightning. Lightning versus Magic, an age-old question. The Space Ranger's taking a lot of damage early on. Running attack is going to land there. As the off-axe now is doing some serious work. Running attack there, not free-aimed. He's going to pay for it. Backswing is in play. Immediately toggles over. But the hyper armor into the Divine Beast Stomp comes out now once more. The kick there from OK Bro to reset the poise. Force Space back on the Shamshir. As the jump R2 comes out trying to punish the backswing attempt. But it is going to be Oak Bro taking a little bit more damage. Goes to the turnaround there. Into the backswing. Beautiful. Immediately toggles over. But now forced back onto the Sham. Into the jump over the top now once more. Empty jump into the R2! Space Ranger has the lead. We'll probably see the toggle over. No! Space Ranger takes a stock. Ladies and gentlemen, He's back on the scorecard. Good lord, look at that. Surprised that backswing didn't connect. Banning Haulax is the biggest culp at all. I don't like off-axe interactions personally. I'm not a particularly big fan of off-axe as a concept. I understand why everyone likes it, but not my cup of tea. Okay, we have our players in. I don't know what Oak is doing. What is he waiting for? Alright. He did remember to rune Arc, guys! Insane. Insane plays here from Oak Bro. Alright. Both players are in and ready. Allez. As we are now going to see both players. Standing R1 gets the interrupt there once more. Space Ranger almost gets whiff punished there by the off-axe. As we are going to see now, the running attack there is not going to hit. Good space out there. And looking here, we are seeing Space Ranger more or less taking center here. Tries to bait in there, actually managing to get the hit. And gets out of it more or less cleanly. As we see the kick now to immediately reset poise. Good jump R1 in over the top there. An empty jump there to try and bait some stuff with the spin slash. Good morning. Into that beautiful whiff punish there from the side of Space Ranger. Oh my god. Into that anti-air there. Space Ranger in a very commanding lead here so far. Into the backstab! Uh-oh. Tries to go for the kick on wake up, but alas, it's not to be. Into the run R1 to finish it out. Beautiful stuff here from Space. The download, ladies and gentlemen, is complete. Two. How to win with no aura. Oh, the roll BS. Good lord. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. 2-2 to both of our contestants. As the off-axe comes in, swinging. We do see the turnarounds there coming out now from the side of Space, who's going to roll again. Rolling once, twice, thrice. As we do see Space Ranger more or less move out of this pretty much unscathed. Alright, empty jumps over the top now. We do see it. Standing R1's coming through. Empty jump into the... Alright. His legs have disappeared. We are going to see that follow up now. CE? No, it's a bug on Seamless. Space Phase 3! It's also possible that it's perfectly fine for Oak Bro. I have no idea. Betting 50 cookies on Space. Backswing comes through there. Space Ranger is still at an insane life advantage. Oh, but Space is going to get clipped. This looks so goofy. Unfortunately, it is. I'm not sure what else to do. Why no point prediction? Because the mods are being lazy. Good roll out there now once more. Good rollout now from OK Bro once more, but he's been poise chipped. Jump R2 comes out now from the halberd. Pretty desperate. The halberd comes out there just to try and get that last hit. Okay, bro, doing a really good job here against the fursuit of invisibility from space. Alright. I don't know if it's on the side. You lie down space, your lower body is invisible. Okay, yeah, lie down space. Now just your chest. Just your chest. Please lie down. Okay. Okay is claiming desyncs. He wasn't. I didn't see many desyncs on. Let me just message at space. At space Ranger. Oh. I'm waiting for Space Ranger to see this. The jump desyncs. Can I message space? Den 1 moment. Yeah, this is the downside to using Den 1. I'm just waiting for Space Ranger to get the memo. Let me see if I can message him through Steam. Message. Oi. Yeah. Thank you. Alright, there we go. Alright, he's fixed it. Cool. Alright, cool beans. Jump desyncs happen. There we go. Okay, cool beans. Now we're sorted. Alright, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. 3-2 in favor of Space Ranger. And the poison mist is out now. And to answer people's questions, they do happen from time to time, but not often. Unless you're talking about Void Tech. Oh me, oh my. Okay, bro is getting chewed up. Oh, nice, and that's going to be a lot of damage there. Tear gone for Oak, bro. Space is content to chill. Oh, unfortunately, too far away. Into the trades. Space now is very low. And that's going to be all she wrote. Space Ranger takes the W. Four. Oh. Let's get that last hit watched again. Look at that. Winner interview space. Four two. It's same difference. Space Ranger won. Alright, folks. One second. Let me make my bed so I don't look like a complete fucking degenerate. Alright. Hopefully it's not completely disgraceful. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. First of all, congratulations to our winners. We have Space Ranger, Oak Bro, and of course we have the wonderful, the amazing Bean, who I hope has no hard feelings about the ruling earlier on. Lads, it has been a good run. It has been all the ups and downs that have happened over the last... How many years? How many years has it been? We started in 2021. All those years ago. All those years ago. We've started off by running absolute jank, who anyone is invited to steal, by the way. That old rule set is still around. You all have... We've had so many winners, so many salty runbacks, so many bracket resets. Elden Ring and all the people who are here have been so kind over those few years, in between annoying the ever-loving fuck out of me. But this is the end, at least for vanilla Elden Ring. At least for me. We'll see what happens when Tarnished Edition comes out. Space Ranger does have a message for the fans. He does have a message for the fans. Oh, fuck. That'll fix it. PC is greater than PSN. There you go. That's what's... Thank you, Space Ranger. But yeah, it's been turbulent ups and downs. We started the den together. We started the den. We improved the quality of tournaments so much compared to what we had in Dark Souls 3. We were the first ones to use health bars in tournaments. We were the first ones to use all that stuff. And then, in the very capable hands of Axie, I'm sure is going to do phenomenally well. The one thing I can say to all of you, in between making fun of PlayStation players, which is it's a guaranteed thing you have to do. The one thing I will say to you is, tournaments don't need to be streamed. Tournaments don't need to be casted as well as like Den does or anything like that. Just go fucking host. For the love of God, folks. Please. Give the community something to do and don't rely on others to do it. Literally anyone can do what I do. There's nothing special. There's nothing. No mic with the matches recorded. For the competitive players, stream. Make what you know approachable for everyone. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Give people something to do in the video game or it will die. Don't let it turn into Dark Souls 2 a couple of years ago. Or Dark Souls 3 now. Just do it! Or something. That felt really cringe. Just fucking go for it. To all the tourney hosts, from Ohai Toto to that Viper girl. What was her name? Fuck. Oh God. What was her name? There was another tourney host that started early on. Someone can remember it. Adder X or something like that? Something Adder X, I think. No, this is like 2021, bestie. Or 2022, sorry. Early 2022. To crown and all the admins for ERPVP who have come and gone, you all are amazing. To all the people sticking around, Eisenwave, yeah, even thanking Eisenwave. In between gritted teeth. With all the hate in my heart I can. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing, lads. Don't let this shit die. And pass on the knowledge that you have. If anyone's hosting tournaments and needs advice, hit me up. I think we did a good job, a 4-hour tourney. And to Owen, who has a tournament tomorrow. Owen, feel free to post the thing. Post the thing in chat before I end, you fuck. Or I'll call you mean words and go out by saying slurs. Yeah, go. Watch the tournament, you fucks, tomorrow. Alright, goodbye. I'll be streaming Total War tourneys and stuff like that from here on out. And hopefully Tarnished Edition isn't absolute, disgraceful piece of fucking... Okay, all the posers left. Guys. Just make your tournaments better than PlayStation's ones, okay? Thank fucking Christ. Okay, bye.